若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌，以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的灯芯吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me. Stuck here under this curse forever, searching the mystery.
It's just another night, and I'm wondering what's behind that wall, beyond my imagination. Curiosity can discover something deeper out there. The unrevealed has been hidden, it's calling for me to see. I will find all the answers here, been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away, all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here, been locked away, all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, been locked away, all the secrets here. I will find all the answers here, locked away, all the secrets here in this madness, trapped in darkness, locked away, all the secrets
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道拉兹这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在哪里召唤我。终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。不，这可不是最好的方式。地狱来客的羔羊不容沾染人间的野蛮。对于音乐家而言，乐理才是真正的武器。舞台已经拉开，来自地狱的交响乐已经响起。他生来就背负无尽的才华，却从未全心接纳。但当来到巅峰，身处末路时， 只需要轻轻点拨，它就会将自己完全出卖。你将看到整个世界的律动，也将被无处不在的琴弦所控制。尽情享受这份契约吧，让恶魔的弦音在整个世界奏响，直到终曲。信仰之于部落，就如同灵魂之于人，而巫女理应是这份信仰的守护者。但再虔诚的守护者也会感到迷茫，尤其是当那位探险家出现在丛林之后。对于葵来说，比起密林的宝藏，更令他着迷的是这里掩藏着的真相。而另一边，新任巫女在成年之夜选择了与前任相同的命运，艰险疑问接踵而至，探寻的道路仿佛是命运的一场玩笑。不知是巧合还是早已注定，真相远比想象的要离奇。毕竟，背弃神明的人，总是要付出代价的。
从极北之地直插欧洲，这是本世纪伟大的创举。
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克。
然而，大公的死，却让整列车厢的人都被贴上了嫌犯的标签。警长先生需要在这趟穿越风雪的旅程结束前，找出真相。对于我们这些人而言，越亲密的人越危险。你说对吗，索菲亚小姐？啊，不对，应该称呼您为大公夫人了。
索菲亚疑点重重，毕竟与王权相关的人都不那么简单。
这列车里藏着太多秘密与恶意，小心，陛下的恶犬可不怀好意。
大公夫人是无辜的，说到宜兄，不该先去问问那些尊贵的特使们吗？
大公夫妇之间的恩怨人尽皆知，真相其实早就清晰。
真相真的那么重要吗？血祭之时，我们所有的秘密与爱恨，都会像身后的故国一样遥不可及，不是？
下一站即将抵达斯摩棱斯克，下一站即将抵达布列斯特，下一站即将抵达布拉迪斯拉发，下一站即将抵达维恩。
这份卑微的工作也不记得做了多久，我好像什么都不记得了，除了关于那件发明的模糊记忆。初次相见就已经确定，除了它，我再也不会喜欢别的事物了。要知道，拥有自己的发明，那种感觉真是太美好了。可他为什么总觉得我的想法是错的？直到电流直击大脑，我仍然没有找到这个答案。他死了，但谁又能保证下一个不会是我呢？后来，有人帮我脱了罪，但侥幸逃生或许更糟糕。那伟大的发明依旧无法完成，直到那封信的出现。我相信，它会让一切继续。
幻想是妄想的雕塑台，妄想却成了刺入艺术家心脏的雕刻刀。雕像被刻刀塑造成像，它却被刻刀一次次地画上。当无畏试探时，却发现自己普通的不能再普通。当你展现出才华，却又深秋隆重。只能放弃交流，沉浸于虚无之中。直到那冰冷的杰作变得炙热。
说来可笑，我曾相信过那些愚蠢的幻影，但那一切却随着这些世俗的喧嚣支离破碎。放弃浮华的表象，我选择重生，去探索那些真正帮助过我的小生命们。进入那些荒野，真正的智慧隐匿其中，而我将成为他们的主宰。
若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌。以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的东西吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
long night for witch and born to die.
Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
Stuck here under this cursed forever, searching the middle.
从我成为守墓人的那一天起，便知道，来自这座圣殿，我没有资格在此长眠。善者葬于圣殿，恶魔葬于殿外。谎言，但这是个让人兴奋的谎言。这肮脏的金钱，竟成了我通往圣殿的阶梯。但为了拉兹，这一切都值得。这该死的光，我察觉到了这些肮脏灵魂的恐惧。怪物，是我，还是他们？可笑！我只知道，我的信仰在哪里召唤我。终于来了吗？这庸俗人间的谄媚之音。误入歧途的孩子，就该再度接受我们的洗礼。
And there we go. Welcome, guys, to the playoffs for the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. Going to be very, very exciting day that we have ahead of us. We already managed to trim down what was our top 8 during the first 2 weeks down to our top 4, the biggest and baddest, but only one will become our champion and get that slot directly into the Call of the Abyss 4. But before we talk about that, we'll be introducing ourselves. I'm pretty sure a lot of you are curious. I have a new guy next to me. It doesn't look like Pot Spice. Arcticuna, of course, joining me for his first time on the Identity 5 desk. It is Raph. Raph, how you doing, man?
I am honestly honored and excited to bring you guys the most exciting IDV around. Again, you guys are in good hands. We have the most amazing players of the region. And as you mentioned, we've narrowed it down to our best 4 teams from 100 from the preliminaries all the way to the playoffs.
Oh, yeah. And it's really exciting because we have a few crowd favorites and a few that are fairly new, but have already won the hearts of so many across Southeast Asia. But you know what? Regardless of the fandom, regardless of how many supporters, at the end of the day, it's the results, how they'll perform that'll count as we go on into this playoff. So with that said, we're going to be a really exciting weekend that we have today. So let's go ahead and check out the introduction for this tournament. Identity 5 is one of the top tier esports in both the Asia Pacific region and the North America Europe region, especially in Japan and Southeast Asia. There are 3 stages of the tournament: the preliminary rounds, the group stage, and the playoffs. First, 96 top-ranked teams will register in-game to qualify online. In preliminary rounds, teams will be separated into 6 groups. Each group will contain 16 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a form of best-of-3 single elimination. The top team from each group will pass to the next stage. In the second stage, which is our group stage, top 6 teams will join with 2 invited teams from Call of the Abyss 3 to make for a total of 8 teams. The 8 teams will be separated into 2 groups of 4 teams. Each team will compete against each other in a best-of-3 round-robin format, with the top 2 teams from each group moving on to the playoff rounds. Finally, in the playoff round, each team will be placed against each other by seeding, and will compete in a best-of-3 double elimination format, with a final round to be played in a best-of-5 format. Group stages and playoffs will be live broadcast on the Identity 5 official social media channels. The loser finals and finals will be an offline event. October 25th will mark the big day to find our champion in the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. Now, let's move on to the tournament rules. First, teams will compete in Legendary mode, wherein players are not allowed to use the same character in the same match. Each map will be separated into 2 halves. For the first half, survivors from Team A will compete with a hunter from Team B. Come the second half, the teams will switch sides. The survivors from Team B will compete with a hunter from Team A. A total of 7 maps are in the selection. Arms Factory, the Red Church, Sacred Art Hospital, Lakeside Village, Moonlit River Park, Leo's Memory, and our new addition to the competitive scene, Ever Sleeping Town. For the best of 3 round, first round starts with the Hunter able to ban 1 survivor, while survivors are left with no bans for Hunter. After that, an increment of 1 character ban will be added per round. That said, for the second round, there will be 1 Hunter and 2 survivors banned, while the third round will have 2 Hunters and 3 survivors banned. In the event of an extra round, we'll be sticking with 2 Hunters and 3 survivors banned like round 3. Now, for the best of 5. The first 3 rounds will follow the same banning pattern as the best of 3. However, for rounds 4 and 5, there will be a maximum ban of 3 Hunters from the survivor side and 4 survivors from the Hunter side. In case extra rounds are needed, we will use the same number of bans like round 5. Now let's talk about the scoring system. Each survivor escape counts as 1 point each, with another 1 bonus point awarded if all of them escape. On the flip side, Hunters will get 1 point for each survivor sent back to the manor. If the Hunter gets all of the survivors back to the manor, another bonus point will be awarded. The winner of the match will be determined based on the total score from both halves. For this example, in the first half, none of the survivors from Team A managed to escape, which means the Hunter from Team B is awarded 5 points. Now, come the second half, let's say Team A manages to escape with 3 survivors getting 3 points, with the Hunter from Team B getting 1 point. The total score of Team B are still higher than Team A, which means the winner of the match will be Team B. The tournament prize pool is a whopping 1 million Thai baht. Hope you all join us and catch the Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2020. See you there.
You got the gist of it, guys. Now, as you can see, we are heading into our playoffs. Going to be a very interesting run that we have. Unlike the group stage where we were playing single elimination round robin, it'll be a double elimination going into this. And it's going to be a long, arduous journey. 3 days of playoffs that we'll have, 2 for this weekend, and then another one, which will be our epic conclusion next week. So, Raph, why don't you do the honors of introducing our matches for today?
Of course, we are opening our day with GK versus NOIR, followed by Awesome versus VX. Now, talking about this GK NOIR matchup, Theo, do you have any specific thoughts on teams mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting matchup that we have. Probably, I'm not gonna lie, out of the two, the one that I was looking forward to much more. Because if you're gonna look at 2 teams, you have GK, who's been a juggernaut in Identity 5 Southeast Asia. And then you look at like a team, you're looking at a team like NR, who breaks the mold, the trend for what we see in Identity 5 esports. Now, if you look at the past seasons, we've pretty much been ruled and dominated by the Thai Identity 5 scene because there's so much talent within that particular country. But as the months have gone by, we've seen that there are fresher talents from other parts of Southeast Asia that are starting to rise, and NR definitely exemplifies what you'd want out of a roster that kind of breaks that mold, breaks that norm from what we've been seeing over these previous months.
And I love that, the embodiment of growth, basically. And as you mentioned, NR has been, their stock has been growing since the preliminaries, and hopefully we'll see more of that in this playoffs. They are quite a young team, as you mentioned, but, ooh, this is going to be a doozy versing the veterans of GK.
Yes, sir. Now, on the roster of GK, we have 72S for you, Sloth Top, V8, and Rosarin. That'll be opening the show for their particular team. Now, GK has had a fantastic showing. If anything, probably one of the teams which has proven to be a dominating force, having taken down their rival VX in the group stage. But of course, that's just one battle that they need to win. Can they win the full war once again? We'll find out. Starting off with 72S, who's had a superb run during this IVC, and a lot of expectation. These Thai hunters, they're really, really darn good from what we've seen over these past weekends.
Exactly. And one thing to note about 72S that isn't necessarily shown right now is that he's actually such a dangerous violinist as well. We've seen that in the previous weekends, but talking about this guard 26, an impressive 64.4% win rate and an attack hits average of 8. But moving on to for you, I would say the primary decipher for Team GK. Of course, the mechanic and the doll with a win rate of 52.4%, a pelt hit rate of 13.8%, and pretty impressive decoding progress with 140% on average.
Yeah, very heavy wind conditions that you can reach if you're on the survivor side with a mechanic, should that mechanic not fall earlier on in the round. Here we have Slotop, another survivor who has been doing pretty darn well. Me and Potch have been talking about this triumvirate of sorts, which has been a recurring theme throughout a lot of these tournaments, not just IVC, but even in COA, where Seer, Mechanic, as well as the Mercenary were the prime picks. But here we have V8 with a Forward. Now, Forward has been a very interesting alternative as well, especially once we hit those later rounds where our hunters tend to prioritize the bans on our so-called triumvirate, either the triumvirate or sometimes with that secondary priestess ban, depending on the map that we have.
That is right. And the forward is definitely a much more aggressive approach for the survivors. And talking about that triumvirate, and the perfumer as well, there is a recurring theme to this. The perfumer makes the mercenary and basically herself a lot tankier with that ability. The win rate doesn't really tell the entire story, but these guys are the best of the best, Articuno.
Yes, sirree, and very much deserved. No surprises why they have made the top four. The performance during the group stage pretty much shows it all. And GK gonna be very tough competition. If anything, probably one of the favorites to potentially win it all. I mean, we've been championing how they're a team that is kind of like fine wine. The longer it goes, all the more better it gets, and that pretty much describes GK. And I think that'll hardly come into their advantage going into the playoffs, especially once we hit those best of fives and best of threes. They have tendencies to start off decent, especially against a formidable foe. But as they go along, they're very flexible with what picks they can bring to the table, what strategy they can execute, even with the bans just continuing to pile up. But let's go ahead and check out their opposition today. It is going to be NR. Raph, would you do the honors of bringing on our lineup?
Sir, introducing Team Noir with Ares leading the charge as their hunter with the signature Bloody Queen, followed by Aurora on the Seer, Dylan with a Perfumer, Daddy with a Mercenary, and Raindrop with the Priestess.
Yes, sir. And what's interesting is that for NR, this is a really refreshing lineup that we have. Again, I've been talking about the diversity that we have for these players. There's, if anything, like a lot of fans that they've gained in Southeast Asia. Probably one of the more popular teams that has grown such a fan base, especially this guy right here. Ares has been phenomenal throughout this run in IVC. Even in the matchup that they lost against OSM during the group stage, Ares was such a standout, and he's been the talk of social media throughout these past weekends. So it's no surprise that we're seeing him here in the playoffs.
Exactly, and just talking about Ares, just for a little while before we move on to Aurora. Now, he plays like a veteran hunter, You might say that NR is the up-and-coming team, the young upstarts, but the way they play, they're already so refined, and Aurora has been the embodiment with the Seer, proving and providing a lot of clutch blocks with the Owl as well.
Yes, and what I love about NR is that, I mean, we tend to highlight Ares a lot, but you don't want to discount the survivors on NR side either. Here we have Dylan with the Perfumer. Now, NR is a team that I think not just for NR, but a lot of these teams that did make it to the top four are very competent when it comes to playing towards the meta. So I'm not really sure if there will be any surprises moving forward into this playoffs. I'm all for it though, but it's pretty much shown that they can just stick to what is up in highly likely guarantee to grant them these victories today, Raph.
That's right. And again, talking about the playoffs, the experimentation phase is done, obviously, with the group stages and preliminaries behind us. In the playoffs, it is your all or nothing, You cannot lay in the middle ground. You have to stick with either we go something with highly experimental or stick with the proven and tried and tested meta.
Yes, and you know what? With this last survivor coming into play, Daddy earlier, now we have Raindrop, another impressive player that we've had the honor, I would say, of watching during the group stage. But this is the real test coming in for NR. Even though they have come to be such a strong crowd favorite going into the playoffs, again, the amount of NR fans in Southeast Asia just grew within these past 2 weekends. But yeah, even with the support that they're getting from the general region, they have quite the challenge up for them. They're going to be going up against some really experienced players going into the playoffs, and I'm really not sure how this is going to go down, Raf. Just by history, GK and VX have proven to be strong contenders. But let's go ahead and check out our predictions here. So a little bit of a division here, and you get an honorary quote unquote Twitch emote, Raf, from what we see here. And looks like we're divided on the caster test today.
I didn't want to have this rift between us, Theo. I was hoping that these predictions would not see the light of the public. But again, as you mentioned, GK is the juggernaut, the heavy hitters. And especially in the format of the playoffs where best of fives happen, that is where you go from explosive sprints where younger teams are more known for. It becomes a marathon, and with that marathon, fortitude and experience will shine.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see whether or not that'll come for fruition, whether or not they can execute, in which case, whether they can go the full mile in order to take the champion title of IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. So talking about this matchup here, we've seen our predictions. Let's go ahead and talk about why we lean towards our particular picks. Do you want to start off here, Raf?
Well, as I mentioned, again, it's the veterancy and the experience of GK that I firmly believe, no disrespect towards my very beautiful co-caster, Articuno, for picking NOIR. But again, it's the experience that really drives you in the playoffs, because again, the sprint becomes a marathon, and with the length, with the distance, you can only rely on your, as I mentioned, experience and your mental fortitude, your ability to not tilt and stay calm and composed.
Right. You know what? Not gonna lie, it was a tough decision for me choosing between NR and GK. Because like at the back of my mind, I know that GK is the easier way to go, I think, with predictions, just because they have proven themselves consistently as one of the best in the region. But at the same time, you know what? I'm all for an underdog story. I've seen the progress from NR from the get-go of IVC. I really think that as the matches have went on, they've managed to improve their synergy. I still have my doubts, admittedly, as to whether or not that can go full circle going into playoffs. But when you have such a talented hunter like Eris going into this pool, even respected by the other top hunters in this tournament, I feel like we're gonna see NR potentially give GK a run for their money. I mean, it's yet to be seen, but I would love to see NR potentially push the envelope a bit here. So, you know what, Raf? We've gave our predictions. Let's not dilly-dally any further. Into the pick and ban we go.
Now, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if NR would go for a more respect ban, but my goodness, there is no hesitation on GK, just immediately letting it loose with the priestess, the mercenary, and the forward. A very aggressive approach. I was like, you know what? There are no secrets. We're not pulling any punches. This is what we're gonna roll with.
Yeah, and looking at how GK is drafted, again, very standard. Mechanic has been banned. Era is going to be bringing one of his signature picks to the table, which will be guard 26. We've seen how scary he can be. Even, I believe that was that round that they lost against OSM, but even so, like, just how crazy he can be. But this is the real challenge, as you said, Raf. They're going up against some of the top dogs in the region. So whether or not Eris can contend with them, we'll find out as we head into our first half of round number 1 between GK and NR. Gonna be really exciting. Fasten your seatbelts, guys. It's gonna be one hell of a ride.
Absolutely, and of course, we are going with this incredibly menacing bear with a hammer here. Now, just talking about the lineup with GK real quick. Again, I was talking about how tanky the mercenary is if the seer can get those stacks and get that out on him. But it does look like Ares is gonna find Rose Rin first, but he changes targets. He's still moving towards and just trying to gain as much map control as he can.
Yeah, and just really trying to sniff out targets here. Ares just playing the patience game. I don't think he wasn't able to get a whiff of the trail here on Rosarin. Good job, in which case, while the rest of the members of GK not wasting any time, making sure that they work on those ciphers until such time that they do need to rotate in case Ares does make these transitions. Trying to sniff out where these survivors are, taking him a while.
That is right. And Ares, as I mentioned in the pre-match analysis, he's been one of the most patient hunters we've seen, which is really uncharacteristic for those relatively newer teams. But as I mentioned, Rosarin is going to be the first one to be attempted at Ares here, but the block again will soak up a bit of damage, but he's trying to kite as much as he can.
Yeah, good timing on that bomb, in which case, in order to pop out that owl into a whack on the head, getting Rosarin at 50% already, and all it's going to take is one more very, very sticky situation here. It's a very narrow corridor. Rosarin manages to dodge around just fine.
And Ares has been absolutely laser accurate with these bombs, and that's going to be a first chair already for Rosarin. Now, they're going to be sorely missing that owl block, but progress for the ciphers is still pretty impressive considering all of this, but they are quite away. They have to make rotations fast, otherwise this is going to be a bit of a late chair.
I'd have to agree with you, Rav. It's interesting that you mentioned late chair. Ares did take a bit of a while before he could find his first target. Luckily, it wasn't that long of a chase, so he was able to make up for lost ground, but still, you can't discount the fact that with the time that was expended, gave so much leeway for GK to just constantly work on these ciphers.
Exactly, and as I mentioned, Ares is such a patient hunter, you know. He stalks his prey, he snipes him down, and like I said, the forward is already getting chipped away by all this map control from Ares, just chucking his bombs left and right.
Yeah, and there you go, making the teleport right away, making sure to keep his prisoner in check. Luckily, Rosarin is able to run for the hills once again, but how long will this chase go?
And that is a question that only Ares and Rosarin can answer. Rosarin will have to pop an early pallet here. Meanwhile, Ares is making his way around the pile, but Rosarin, still looking quite good for him here, is on a slither of health.
Yeah, and oh man, there you go. The Seer has fallen. That will be round 2 for Rosarin on that rocket chair. It's all good though. The value that GK is getting off of this is pretty darn sublime. Unfortunately, Rosarin did go more than the half mark during the first time GK Rosarin was on the rocket chair, so that will be sayonara for the Seer. This will grant Ares a lot more opportunity to make sure that, hopefully, at least in his case, if you're an NR fan, you get more than one survivor back to the manor.
That is right, and just talking about the absolute value that the Seer provided for his team. Now, just look at this. Just a moment ago, we had 5 ciphers up, but now you only need 2. Again, guys, it's not necessarily about how early you're taken away from the game. It's how much impact you've done within that amount of time.
Yeah, and here you go. Ares getting a whiff of Sloth Top here. Sloth Top should give it fine, though, but interesting enough, Ares just decides to go for the farther target out in the distance, which is going to be the priest, who's going to be trying to deny as many slippery escapes from GK as possible.
Absolutely, and For You is running a little low on those resources with the teleports here, but it does look like they are making a rotate to just prime at least one of these ciphers and get that pop when they need to.
Yeah, and look at the sneaky that GK is playing, really playing this a little bit more patiently, knowing that they don't really have to force themselves too much. Gonna try to get the scent off their tail with the proactive rotations that we're seeing from Ares, just trying to keep the ciphers in check.
Exactly, and Ares will find V8 here. V8 will get his engines revved up and going because Ares can smell blood, and he is chasing this man. Oh, but another well-placed bomb by Ares. Ares, you absolute sniper with these explosives.
Ooh, luckily V8 was able to get a corner within that narrow corridor towards these logs where he was able to avoid the bomb, but looks like the teleport is coming in. Ares knows very well that he needs to continue to pressure these ciphers.
Pressure indeed, as For You is going to be a victim of the chase, and Ares is stunned just for a little bit there. For You burning as much time as he can. That cipher is going down, and that is going to be one left just before this finishes.
Yes, sir. And look at that. Already just looking for that one last hit on Priestess, and there you have it. Good to go. Still a bit of progress necessary. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to pop it just yet, and that will grant Ares all the opportunity in the world to bring this Priestess to that rocket ship.
That's That's right, and it does look like Ares has expended a bit of those farther chairs. We'll have to put it a bit closer to the entirety of V8 here, but it does look like V8 is very, very close to that Cypher, but that bomb is just going to deter him just for a little bit here. Ares, so smart, just taking away so much control, trying to avoid the window loop, but that is going to be a bit of damage towards V8.
Yeah, that's a bit tricky right there. V8 has to be careful, in which case GK really looking to start prepping that last Cypher. V8 trying to buy as much time as he can on the opposite side of the map, but there you go, the whack comes in once again. Eris is really on a roll. Love these rotations, even though there's only one Cypher remaining. Oh, okay, decides to just bring him straight to the rocket chair.
Well placed and well timed. This is the reason why Ares is respected in the community and has been showing this level of consistency the entirety of the tournament. But Slothtop, it does look like he is not going to leave V8 here for naught. He is making his way here. And the timing? Oh, the timing.
Good transition coming in from Eris, in which case he knows that they were going to go for the rescue already onto this board. And there you go, the Priestess goes down, preventing the pop on the Cypher that they were working on. And this will be Rocketeer for Priestess once again. Man, oh man, Eris has been micromanaging. But then again, there's no surprise there.
Exactly. And for those who just tuned in, we are on the greatest map of the universe, Lakeside. Now, unfortunately, we haven't seen the Big Rock yet.
We haven't seen some Big Rock action yet, Raph. Nobody playing around Big Rock.
Exactly. And again, the mercenary here is trying to get for you. That bomb will take a bit of health, but it doesn't matter. The Priestess is down again. Ares, you absolute monster.
Oh man, that's super unfortunate. And look at that. Ares not only able to just get for you, but in the midst of Slothtop trying to make the most of the situation, actually manages to find himself down as well. That is another survivor that is back to the manor. And oh man, this is so tricky for GK at this point. Slothtop, it's going to be a tricky situation here. Ares, what is he going to go for? Looks like doesn't want to bring that mercenary to the rocket chair just yet. We'll try to down V8 and actually wants to go for the perfect score here, Raph.
That's right. And Ares, again, you have to show this kind of confidence. You know, you got to show the veterans, even though they were my pick, that they're here to play. I'm just going to side with Theo for now because Ares is looking absolutely flawless. His map control, his decision making has been on point the entirety of this match.
Definitely. And there you go. Ares already making his way towards the other gate, which Slothtop was kind of making a run for. Will get the turret, unfortunately. Ares already getting a whiff of him, and the chase is on, Raph.
Is right, and Slothtop, all he has to do is just to keep this hungry bear away from V8 while V8 is getting closer and closer to opening that gate. This looked so good for Ares, but it's looking even better for the survivors now, denying as much points as they can.
Yeah, looks like Slothtop gonna try to bank on going for this dungeon, and yes, he does manage it. That is a 2-2 for this first half, Raph.
And again, as I mentioned, the veterancy of GK really showing there. At first, it looked a little dire because, again, you know how Ares operates, right? He is like a microwave. The moment he gets hot, he gets red hot, and it really showed. It was a bit of a stock at first, but then it became full-blown predator at that point.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a shame. Definitely wanted to try to start the round on a high note. He did take the risk of trying to sniff out the forward as soon as he downed the mercenary, and in the progress, granted enough time for the mercenary to up himself. The safer route, obviously, he could have gotten 3 survivors back to the manor, but he did decide to play towards the risk of trying to go for all 4. And sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. Doesn't pay off, but nonetheless, good effort from Ares. It really just goes to show that NR is entering this playoffs in it to win it.
And again, it's just so apparent how close this competition is. It's a game of inches. At first, the tug of war, as we mentioned, was definitely in the favor of Ares, but once again, that clutch dungeon jump in, the clutch gates, and just clutch GK, basically. Just clutch GK, and I'm honestly really excited already for the second half of this.
Yeah, it should actually be interesting. I mean, the fact that NR Ares gonna be taking it 2-2. This is the true test right here, NR's survivors, because Eris has definitely proven to be a consistent player on his team. Now, it's the survivors that really need to step up going into this playoffs because it goes both ways. Hunters and survivors really need to help each other out to bring those points in for these guys.
That's right. And speaking of points, just what a way to start the day, right? The first game, the very first half, we go into an immediate 2-2, into an immediate nail biter with all this amazing and high level IDV.
Yes, sir. And just makes me look forward to what we have ahead. In which case, let's go ahead and talk about what we have ahead. So it will be GK on the Hunter side. We're talking about 72S here. Oh my God, 72S has been a crazy force to be reckoned with in this tournament. We've not only seen it during the group stage, we've seen it in previous tournaments. It's a proven and tested variable that GK is playing with here. So I really feel like if there's one side you really need to look at, it's definitely going to be the survivors because they really need to bring their A game. They did decent during the group stage, but I'm really hoping to see a step up going into the playoffs because decent isn't going to cut it, obviously, if you want to get that champion title.
Again, just talking about 72S again. Once the bans roll in, you will you're forced to go for respect ban on that violinist. His bio is just absolutely pristine. You know, the way he masters his range, and the way he manages the map. You know, again, even though he's not entirely there, as long as those
Right.
notes hit you, you're gonna slow down on your cipher. So that's just easier for him, basically.
Yeah, and you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the match data for that first half. So fairly even kiting times or rather containment times that we're seeing here from all four survivors of GK because Eris was very on point with all these chases. There wasn't really a single chase that was a huge nail biter, so to speak, I guess, as far as being of length. So just no time wasted by Eris. But as we said, unfortunately, it will end in a 2-2, but good effort nonetheless coming in from both sides. Not a bad way to start, 2-2. It is only first round.
Yeah, and talking about how equal it is, 32 seconds on 4U, 37 on Sloth Top, 40 on both Rosy Rin and V8. Again, as we've mentioned, the coordination between these teams and how clean the rotations are, it's just a thing to behold. And it's not a surprise that Ares landed well high into the double digits there.
Yeah, no surprises at all, to be honest, Raf. So yeah, we just need to see how the second half is gonna be rolling out for these guys. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit worried for NR in which case on going into this second half because this will be the true test as to how these points can potentially add up for Noir as we go on into these rounds. And you know, these rounds are gonna get really hefty. So it's going to be quite the sight to see. I'm really curious to see how it'll pan out.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, NR loves to break that mold, so who knows what they're gonna pick as survivors? You know, maybe we'll go and see something crazy with like a prisoner mechanic lineup, or I mean, I'm hopeful for something like that to just kind of,
Yeah.
as you mentioned, break out of the meta.
Yeah, I'm all for, those interesting flexes from either team. We've seen it quite a bit from group stage. Again, the concern, of course, that we have going into playoffs is that all these teams are a bit more towards the meta. So whether or not we'll see some interesting picks as far as trump cards go, that is something that's yet to be seen from these four teams. And I'm kind of skeptical if we will, but then again, I think the best platform we'll have in order to see if we will be graced by these so-called interesting picks is those best of fives.
I'm fairly sure we're gonna see a painter tonight. Painter's still a really, really touchy subject on regarding balance and popularity in the community. But what are your personal thoughts on the painter?
I mean, it's unfortunate though because painter and sculptor are off the board as far as picks since they are fairly new. But painter, I've been seeing a lot of people complaining about painter. Not really complaining, but just recognizing how painter is a bit more how do we put it? a bit more tricky, to some annoying to deal with if you're a hunter going into your ranked games. But yeah, it is unfortunate though. I would have loved to have seen Painter this evening, so along with Sculptor. Now that I think about it, like the two recent releases for Identity 5, both Hunter and Survivor, are those more creative job roles, so to speak, Sculptor and Painter.
That is absolutely correct. And hopefully we'll see the love for the arts moving on for Summit. But as you mentioned, we will be sticking to what is tried and tested. And again, GK, the masters of it, I will stick with my pick that GK will go the distance. And Theo can have his NR pick. There's no division between us. There is no
No,
tension
no.
whatsoever. Nope. Mm-mm.
Not
Mm-mm.
at all. Not at all. Not on this broadcast, that's for sure. So, yeah, we're just waiting for the teams to get into the lobby. By the way, we'd like to welcome you all once again to the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. If you guys have any thoughts, anybody you want to give your energy to, who you're rooting for, be sure to put it out on social media by liking and sharing the stream. And, of course, putting out your own posts, your own on who you want to see make it farther in the tournament, and be sure to use our quote-unquote unofficial hashtag, so to speak, just so that we can keep updated on what's going on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, hashtag IVC 2020C, and for anything general Identity 5. And if you're a player in Southeast Asia, or if you just have a love for the Southeast Asian region, be sure to use the hashtag IDVSEA.
Again, you heard it from this man's beautiful voice. Use all those hashtags, share the stream, share everything, show all the love you can give, and give all the energy. But again, let's just kind of move back into the game here. Now, I'm honestly really interested what they've formulated to go into this head-to-head,
You're right. So, you know what? You don't have to wonder any further, Raf, as we'll be heading into the pick and ban for NR and GK going into the second half of round number 1. As you can see, we have a Seer banned out by 72S. Of course, NR will gladly take the mechanic left open, in which case, let's see how further in they're going to go with this.
Exactly, and no hesitation whatsoever. We are once again getting the Mercenary and the Priestess. A lot of mobility here and a lot more flexibility towards the Cypher Rush, especially with the mechanic on board.
Yeah, but wonder what NR is going to opt for here. It is going to be a Gravekeeper, in which case going to go for a Survivor that can kite and even go for a little bit more of safer rescues. But big question, of course, is what 72S is gonna bring to the table as far as his pick. Looks like it will be the favorite in IVC Southeast Asia. It'll be a Bloody Queen.
I was about to say that 72S is almost guaranteed to go a Bloody Queen in this matchup. Again, Bloody Queen, she has received quite a lot of adjustments in recent memory, but still that hasn't really diminished her strength. And as you mentioned, she is the darling of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, man, that pick percentage is just crazy in the IVC. So that said, 72S, a strong hunter with a strong pick in Bloody Queen. Whether or not we'll see better results, whether or not we can see GK get the better foothold as we go on further into this match, we'll find out as we head on to Lakeside Village.
And once again, to the land of Big Rock, 72S is still scanning the area right now. He did see Daddy first, and again, going for the Mercenary first. A bit of a no-no here, but Raindrop is getting, rather inching closer and closer, but 72S changes his mind here. It is going to be Mercenary on the menu for tonight.
Interesting. 72S deciding to just go for the immediate target that was within his vision. Not the most ideal, but would be great though, in which case he was able to get one of those pads out of the Mercenary. So not bad, so to speak. Question is whether or not he'll continue to commit. Daddy is kind of in the direction that 72S is going for, but nope, decides to just try to sniff out a different target. But Daddy's still in the vicinity though.
That's right, and Daddy's containment is really, really off the charts here. But 72S, yeah, he's like, you know what? My Bloody Queen doesn't deserve this kind of treatment. Let me just go look for another target. And it's going to be the immediate pop on the mirror image here. Raindrop will narrowly escape that. 72S is still hot on Raindrop's tail, though.
Yeah, a little bit of a way to go here. Unfortunately, 72S has to physically walk the distance in order to gain some close sure, so to speak, between himself as well as Raindrop. Couldn't pop the mirror image. This mirror image was going in a different direction, but looks like Patience has been awarded for 72S as he gets the first hit.
Once again, I think Raindrop just a bit hesitant on popping the shovel here, but there he is, and he's immediately out. 72S, so narrowly missing the Gravekeeper here, but again, still hot on his tail. Does not want to deal with this later on. He's like, you know what? You're right here. I'm right here. Let's just throw down.
Yeah, it's going to be really scary, especially once this mirror image comes off cooldown for Bloody Queen once again. That's where the situation's getting really, really tricky. Raindrop doing a great job at hiding around the logs here, but gotta be careful of that swipe. 72S already making that swapperoo. Gonna get pincered though, and that will be the first fall.
And I love the timing of that mirror image there. Not much that Raindrop could do in that situation, but look at all this time he's buying for his team. That's already 2 ciphers immediately popped here. Daddy isn't too far away for the rotation anyway, so, you know, the realm of possibility is still quite open.
Yes, sir, and there you go. We have Daddy already making his way towards Raindrop. Now, just waiting for the right opportunity here, in which case already starting to go in. We'll potentially wait for that first hit to come in before going for the rescue, and off they go.
Exactly, and once again, Raindrop is going to be the target for GK72S, but that last effort will be popped in 72S. His pickup is only a matter of time.
Yeah, and it's like Raindrop trying to establish as much distance as she can from 72S. Just goes all the way into the corner. Now 72S already getting a whiff of where Raindrop might have positioned herself, and that's back to the rocket chair, in which case for this Gravekeeper. But that goes to say, NR, some decent progress on these ciphers so far.
Decent indeed, and 72S just looking for the most convenient rocket chair here, just trying to maximize his map control while he's here, and waiting for his cooldowns. Once again, this is most likely going to bait out one of the rescues here, but Daddy doesn't seem like he's a bit too interested right now. Instead, 72S will go for the mechanic doll.
Yeah, these are some impressive control that 72S is trying to push whenever someone is in a rocket chair. Just tries to pressure the rest of the ciphers with the mirror image. Ooh, looks like they're trying to balance out the hits here, but unfortunately, Raindrop will fall once again. But will that cipher make it in time? Unfortunately, that won't be the case. Raindrop has been picked up once again by 72S. At this point in time, NR has no choice but to just pop that cipher. Now, bigger question is how many members of NR can make it out alive?
Exactly, and that sacrifice was not in vain, but he will pop the mobility here as Aurora will get stung by that bloody blade of the Bloody Queen. Well timed by 72S.
Yeah, and looks like we'll see what the response will be. Will NR try to get the save onto Aurora? It's still very tricky though. 72S has detention, so whether or not they'll decide to play out towards that risk is something that we are yet to see. 72S, they're getting rid of these portals. Oh, teleport is actually coming in. Unfortunately, gate hasn't been opened yet, but that will make it Dylan on the run. Gotta be careful though, don't want to get swiped.
Once again, you have to be really careful as those eyes are glowing red, and you do not want to be in front of them. Once again, 72S with the absolute accuracy with that. Daddy will have to soak that hit up, and oh, this isn't looking too good for NR.
Yeah, but take note, Mechanic is actually back up. Now, whether or not Aurora can make her way towards an exit gate, that's a different story in itself, but Dylan, just enough time to get back up, and 72S tries to go for those swipes. They're still very carry, still has the tension. Oh, so Dylan falls.
Exactly it. Again, the timing, NR has been playing this to a T as well, but 72S flexing that experience. Daddy's just patiently already outside here. Mechanic kind of deciding what he can do from this point on, but yep.
2-2 as well. Looks like we're going to have a safe start to this round one, Raph. Going to be a safe start for both NR as well as GK.
And you can already feel the tension between both these teams, you know. None of these teams are going to go down without a fight, and they're really showing it. 2-2 on the first map, and I believe it's going to be how they're gonna adjust to the tendencies of each other. Now, just looking at GK right now, they understand that Ares is the type of hunter that loves to kind of encompass them with his map control. And again, it was also apparent in the stats that the containment time was even on all of them. So Ares has been a problem.
Yeah, and whether or not he will continue to pressure GK survivors as these rounds go along, that is something that is yet to be seen. But then again, the same thing can be said for 72S. I was really thinking that 72S was going to be able to escape with more than 2 survivors back to the manor. Not really escape, but take down survivors and send more than 2 back to the manor. But looks like NR was able to play their cards right at the last moment. Luckily, stars did align for them just a bit because it did end in a 2-2. Obviously, for both sides, could have been better. But then again, having 2-2 for both halves at round 1 isn't that bad. You know, it just gives you a sigh of relief that at least there's no catching up on points that you need to try to push for as early as the start of this match between these two teams. Now, question is how these teams are going to fare as we go along, because the bans are going to continue to increase, Raph.
Exactly, and as I mentioned, that bio ban, I'm almost certain that's gonna come out. Just have to respect that bio from 72S. I've been gushing about the hunters. I've been talking about Ares and I've been talking about Ares and I've been talking about 72S. Is it apparent that I'm a hunter, man? I'm not sure.
No, not at all, not at all. Oh gosh, but yeah, let's go ahead and talk about what we're looking at towards the next rounds. I mean, pretty much guaranteed that there's no lead yet. Still, a very equal playing field that we're looking at for both GK as well as NR. But as I said, what's going to further complicate things is the increment of bans moving forward. And with the increment of bans, it's going to get tricky, I think, even more so for the survivors, I believe, just because both 72S and Eris have such a I wouldn't just say a wide hunter pool, but also a very scary execution on all the hunters that they brought to play at that. So, you know what? Let's go and check out the match data, Raf, just to get a preview of what went down in that second half.
And again, nothing too surprising, but the containment times is we aren't really hitting any triple digits yet. The crazy things we've seen from the group stages, but that solid minute that Daddy was able to get away from 72S as well as Raindrop really helped the team to equalize this to a 2-2.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of bringing this Bloody Queen to the table for 72S. As I mentioned, it wasn't the easiest for NR to try to push for their advantage in Cypher rushes with Aurora on the mechanic, because as we saw earlier, whenever 72S was playing guard on one of the survivors that is strapped to the rocket chair, for the most part, it was Raindrop. You would pop the mirror image to continue to pressure other ciphers that would be wiggling in the distance. But as we have said, guys, in this best of 3, we have this round 1 starting off with half-Cs for both sides. But let's check out the MVP, Raf. Why don't you do the honors of honoring our MVP?
And it is Sloth Top with the MVP award. Of course, the M in Mercenary means MVP and most banned as well. And for good reason. Decoding progress 182% and average rescues of 4. And 72S honestly had a bit of not 72S rather, but Sloth Top getting that hunter vibes again. Hunter containment time 37, but once again, it's not necessarily about the numbers. It's what you do within those seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen what these survivors and hunters can do within those particular seconds, Raf. Very impressive performance that we've seen, not just from the first round. Still could have been better, of course, but this is just the start of the weekend, guys. You know, these guys are warming up, getting their groove on. Speaking of which, though, you have to take note. This is something that GK has proven themselves to be very formidable at. The longer these matches go, the better they get. So, NR, it's just going to be an uphill battle, I would say, as the difficulty progresses, as they go up against GK.
That's right. And as you mentioned, GK does have the experience, and with experience comes with creativity. The less and less meta picks they can get, whether it be a hunter or a survivor, the more creative they'll have to be with approaching their strategy. Now, NR again, I'm sure Theo or Articuno is really hopeful for NR to progress, but my boys GK, they're locking it down.
Yeah, GK has been proving to be a strong contender, in which case, not gonna lie, it's gonna be a long and arduous road for NR. I'm not just talking about this first match, just the general landscape of what's ahead of them here in the playoffs. It's regardless going to be the biggest challenge yet in this tournament. I mean, group stage, not bad. Playoffs, that's where they start rolling with the big dogs here. But yeah, we already have a rough idea of our next map, Raf. We already got word it was NR that picked the map for this one. First round was GK that picked Lakeside Village. NR gets to pick for the second one, and it will be played on Sacred Heart Hospital, with GK starting off as Hunter. So we're going to be 72S take the stage once again for our first half of round 2.
And it's quite understandable for GK to just kind of get that momentum going from 72S's Hunter from the previous map and onto this one. And just one more hint, or rather one more comeback to Lakeside. I'm honestly slightly disappointed we didn't see more Big Rock. Articuno already knows what I was about to say.
Yeah, not really that many one playing towards Big Rock. I think the only moment we did was when they were trying to open the exit gate. But yeah, they played towards logs and a little bit of shack. We didn't really see anything towards big ship, a lot of which was kind of played towards the middle and upper side of the map. So sorry, Raf. Not today.
Breaks my heart, but it's okay. But moving on to Hospital here, this is going to be a bit of a smaller map, so rotations are going to be quicker, but at the same time, those chases are going to be a bit trickier as the Hunter can cover a bit more ground relative to the size of the map.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a bit more breathing room for the Hunters, in which case that they don't need to traverse these long spans of land going into this one. And I know that's something that Eris will be very happy about. This plays out both ways here, even for the survivors of NR. Now for GK, it kind of makes me wonder what the ban priority will be, whether or not we'll see Bloody Queen. Dream Witch is kind of up in the air as well as we head into the round 2. So it's all about NR picking the lesser evil here. Same goes for GK towards Eris, because Eris's pool is quite the scary pool as well. All of the Hunters that he's brought to the table, there wasn't a single time where he underperformed yet. So pressure is on 72S as well as Eris, not just them, but their survivor counterparts as well.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, it really is a pick your poison type situation here. Again, just talking about the bans as well. I'm honestly surprised that they aren't really opting to go for an immediate mercenary ban. Just having the mercenary on the floor is just a big no-no. It's like trying to bite into a big rock, if I would say so myself. And just having that kind of that responsibility off your shoulders as a hunter would be a great weight taken off Ares' shoulders, or in this case 72S's shoulders.
Yeah, okay, so now we've talked a little bit about Hunters. Let's go ahead and talk about those survivor picks. Now, Sacred Heart Hospital, let's see. So, highly likely that we're going to be seeing more of those triumvirate bans. I'm not sure if Priestess will be something that both teams might want to keep in mind of as well. It's probably not as much, but yeah, as we were talking about in Hunter bans, Raf, it will be the Dream Witch that is taken off the board for 72S. Bloody Queen is still up in the air, and Mechanic as okay. So in this case, GK deems it meritable to ban Priestess.
Yeah, just the Dream Witch out of the equation. Again, Dream Witch almost a perfect hunter, you know, a lot of map presence, does have so much control and a lot of pressure with those parasites. And as I mentioned, the fabled violinist comes out to compose once more.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting seeing 72S on this violinist. There should be a lot of leeway for him to maximize sonata placements on this map. But you know what? Let's see if execution will prove to be on par, on point, as we head into the second round of the first half wrap. This will be an interesting game.
That's right. And just looking at the picks on paper, it does look like NR are poising up to have a lot of containment in their lineup, which could prove a little problematic for 72S here. But again, 72S, the veteran that he is, will find ways around this. And instead of choosing for the closest one, instead opts to go into the hospital, immediately clearing two-story. And of course, who isn't two-story? It's Dylan.
Yeah, oh man, there you go. Just go straight for the fall. Luckily for Dylan, there's a lot of terrain to work with here. I'm just going to continue to play around the actual hospital, in which case. But Sonata will start to come in, though. 72S will find the connect that he's looking for. Not quite just yet. Perfume will come out. 72S tries to go for that whack. Not quite finding anyone just yet. Seer will pop an owl as well, just to buy some time for Dylan.
And they really are focusing still very hard, but 72S, ooh, very, very narrow escape there by Dylan here. 72S still on pursuit of Dylan, and as I mentioned, this is gonna be a lot of containment and quite problematic for 72S, but well timed here.
Yeah, that was really, really good timing, in which case, but unfortunately for 72S, the chase is still on. Dylan is very, very healthy. Tries to throw out some Rhapsodies to slow him down. Not going to quite look for the connect. Tries to go for more. Looks like we'll finally find one, if I'm not mistaken. This will significantly make it easier for 72S to close out some distance, and yes, he does. Finally gets that first whack.
That's right, and Dylan is down to half HP here, as the more that 72S will prolong this, the faster, or rather the slower Dylan will get, as those demon notes will stack. But Dylan's still really, really adamant on going for this loop. This is, I believe, the third time he's done this now.
Yeah, and gosh, this must be really frustrating for 72S, in which case Dylan getting so much mileage out of the fights that he was able to push for on this map. But you know what? Enough's enough, 72S says, as Dylan falls to the Hunter, and that will be Rocketeer Jr. for him. First time in which case, but it's all good. NR has made a lot of progress. Raindrop in the near vicinity, so that could be an easy, fast rescue that she can go for here.
That's right, and I believe 72S actually was not on that as well. Very, very cheeky plays here by NR, but 72S has caught on to the scent here. He will try to land a bit of damage, but none so far. Trying to generate that damaging line, but that last effort will be popped as well. 72S can opt to go for another target, but Dylan, once again, is still on the menu. Meanwhile, Daddy dodging for his life as these Demonos are coming towards his direction. Does not want to get that Cypher slowed down.
Yeah, really trying to throw out these Rhapsodies here, but you know what, Dylan, just try to buy a few more seconds for the team. Cypher progress still nonetheless very, very good. Dylan's second time at the rocket chair should still have more life to work with, since Dylan was rescued fairly quickly courtesy of Raindrop earlier, so it shouldn't be as much of a problem. But look at this! Wasn't actually able to chair Dylan in time.
Dylan is one stubborn person, but that well-aligned note there by 72S will finally get Dylan here, unless he can magically wiggle out. Nope, this is going to be the second chair, as Articuno mentioned. And time is going to be ticking, as Raindrop is also getting tagged up. He will have to be forced to pop that shovel, but Daddy is here. Is he going to burn the dash immediately? No, he doesn't. He's going to go for this rescue here, trying to bait out 72S. Oh my goodness, the movement here.
Yeah, hasn't taken a hit just yet. Just nice dodge just coming in which case 72S just trying to look for the right timing, but you know what, Daddy is a-okay, is able to get Dylan off of that rocket here. All good, trying to go for a body block here, in which case, but it's gonna be tricky when you're dealing with those Sonatas.
That's right, and he's just gonna deny a bit of progress there. Still going on the chase here. Daddy and Dylan have been such thorns on the side of 72S, but 72S has been maximizing the whacks that he's been getting, but Dylan trying to crawl away to safety. But nope, it's actually Daddy trying to body block, trying to get for the pallet stun. But instead, it's going to be Dylan back to the rocket chair. And I believe this is the third one, Articuno.
Yeah, good fortitude in which case coming in from GK72S. Made sure to time the pickup just so that it didn't give NR the opportunity to get Dylan back on his feet through the pallet drop. But yeah, this Cypher is just begging to be popped, but 72S with the abnormal really hindered that progress.
Exactly right. And Raindrop trying to kite 72S as well as he can, but that shovel, he does have one charge, I believe. Aurora is the next target here. Once again, 72S is hungry for those noses, trying to get the best route, but NR being such slippery snakes right now.
Yeah, NR really thirsty to get the pop on the Cypher that they were working on, but because of the abnormal coming in from 72S, just complicates matters here. It's only one Cypher, but NR is really struggling, especially with Sonatas and Rapides just coming left, right, back and forth out of 72S.
That's right, the entire orchestra is here to play. But that pop, unfortunately, isn't on time here. 72S could potentially chair this map. But I believe it's actually the Mercenary just trying to heal up. He is back on full health, so the decision is here. Rather, he is going to be forced to come get Aurora.
Yeah, oh man, really need to manage their numbers here, and there you have it. Super frustrating for NR. Again, progress just diminished on that Cypher. They try to work on a different one here towards the second floor of the hospital, but still a long way to go, Raf.
Exactly. This abnormal usage by 72 has been absolutely immaculate. Just buying as much time for him and just trying to camp this chariot as much as he can. Daddy is just itching to get this man out of here, but he burst the charge immediately as 72S went for the swipe. No dice yet. Aurora, time is ticking. Daddy is getting soaked up on all those notes.
Yes, sirree. And there you go, back on their feet. Now, Daddy trying to body block a bit here for Aurora. Definitely want to try to maximize the time, but look at the progress towards the lower left part of your screen, ladies and gents. That Cypher is really, really near, so I think this should be good footing for NR in each case.
That's right, and I love that read by 72S, not committing towards the vault there, but it does look like everybody's up and about. Just the switch is left here. This is still a bit of a tricky situation for GK.
Yeah, Aurora doing a great job here. This should be more than enough time for the rest of the team to start making that transition towards the gate now. Big question is, will 72S just content himself with getting Aurora to a rocket chair? Looks like that will be the game plan here as the rest of NR already makes for the farther exit gate.
I have to say, every single one of these survivors have come out to play today, and it does look like they are on their A game, absolutely. But that is unfortunately the third chair for Aurora, so she will be sent back, rather he will be sent back to the mansion and enjoy Dylan's company.
Yeah, this should be just enough time to get that exit gate open though. And again, NR doing a great job at making sure that they get safe points as they tie it to half C's once again in this second round for the first half.
Again, just in that situation, really not ideal to go for something that just far off the map. Essentially, they were on the opposite sides there. And I have to say, once again, these survivors are really, really playing at the top of their game.
Yeah, it's really good to see coming in from NR, making sure to do their part in not giving too many advantages to 72S here as far as boosting up points for GK. And that said, it's going to be interesting how this round 2 is going to pan out, Raf, because we already had the first round go the full tie, and again we have another half that goes into another tie. So whether or not we can see either Eris or the survivors of GK break that trend of ties that we're seeing in this match so far, that's something to look out for. That's something that I'm looking to see here, because half C's sure are fine, but I mean, as much as possible, and I'll try to go for those bigger points just so that you have a bit more leeway to work with.
Especially in an environment like this, where the balance between the teams is so volatile and fragile. And like you mentioned, we gotta scrounge up as many points as we can, because starting off the day with a 2-2, and once again, hopefully one of the teams will get an upper hand, specifically GK, because again, those were my picks. No hate on Articuno, but again, they need an upper hand in this.
Yeah, they really do. And it's gonna be an interesting scenario that we're entering. Um, Again, we keep on championing both 72S and Eris, but I mean that's just the reality of the situation. You have two superstar hunters playing in this first match of the day. So, and I guess that said, it's very very crucial the performance that's going to come out of these two, because at least from what I see based on the performance that we saw in group stage, where they were kind of the factors that made or break their teams, I think that will hold true for this match as well.
That's right. But moving on to the data we have here, and as expected, we will see higher containment times, a bit of a break from the trend from the previous map where we were all sort of the low 50s. Here we have Dylan, 110 seconds, and definitely that is something to attribute from the two-story loop that was going on and on and on forever, with assistance, of course, of the owl and whatnot.
Yeah, I think one thing we also have to account for here as well is that though Dylan was able to buy so much time for NR, what really became their determinant, I guess, if you will, is the fact that 72S had him normal. And that really made the situation frustrating, because you have already made so much good progress on those ciphers, and then all of a sudden you have this hunter just canceling out a lot of the progress that you've already put, which could have resulted to an earlier pop. But that didn't really happen, and it forced NR to respond to a scenario where, you know what, we have to look for a different cipher to work. We just can't work with the cipher that we already prepped anymore.
And that is such an astute observation. Again, that pick on Abnormal, especially with the fact that NR didn't have anyone to really accelerate their ciphers there. That was an absolute hard counter to that, I would say. But again, they still played it to a T. NR did as much as they could to the maximum effect as well. You could really see everyone in containment times well above 1 minute.
Yeah. You know, it's just one of those things where you have the right strategy going on, you have all the right things going on for Survivor, but it's just that one thing that could deter you, and in this case it's that Abnormal, just so crucial, in which case very smart forethought coming in from 72S to bring that to the table, just to slow down the progress coming in from NR here. Because had that not been the case, I really think NR could have had a better boost of points for this first half. I was really expecting a 3-1 just because of how much time Dylan was buying for the team. Not just that, but also you got to give kudos to them, because from what I've been seeing so far, especially in the second round first half, there's been a huge step up from NR as far as the collaboration that we're seeing between these survivors, especially during those last moments where we're trying to push for their lasting power, you know, trying to maximize the lives of their teammates. So just really, really good step up here. Definitely, as someone that has predicted for them to maybe go for the win, I'm proud to see that.
That's right. You predicted them to win. But again, and I also really love to point out the fact that the moment they banned Dream Witch, they just immediately took away so much map control from potentially 72S here. Again, 72S is a master of the range of all those demon nodes. We saw that in full swing, and of course the way he controlled with Abnormal, as you mentioned many time and time again, Articuno. But could you imagine that kind of situation with two followers and that much more map control along with the parasites?
Oh, that would be super scary, Raph, in which case that's just way too much to deal with. And it just brings us back to the discussion on how maybe putting priority onto Dream, which is a crucial thing going into this round two. And we've already seen it from NR. Whether or not GK will be doing the same onto Eris, that is something that is yet to be seen. Actually, Dream Witch, I would love to see what Eris can do on a Dream Witch. Should that actually become a choice that's available to him in this match?
Yeah, and that being said, I feel like there's quite a lot of pressure riding on Eris right now, because again, we ended with another tie. Now it's time for possibly the young upstart superstar hunter of NR to possibly have the biggest game of his life, and try to shut out GK, although I hope that won't happen, because again, I don't like being wrong on my predictions.
Yeah, oh man. I guess may the best prediction win in this case, Raph. There's still a lot of uncertainty with how this match has been rolling out so far. I mean, the fact that these halves have been going the 2-2 so far, it's just really hard to call at this point.
It really is, and just this type of energy and this type of environment has is the clear and sharp turn that hey, we are in the playoffs. It's a different kind of vibe now.
Yeah, and it's really great to see in which case that both sides have stepped up their game. But wow, okay. So
Respect ban.
yeah, the respect ban. Interesting. Huh. Let's see what picks come out from GK, in which case Seer and Priestess were banned, so it's a no-brainer for GK to instantly take the Mechanic as well as the Mercenary. They have proven to be one of those teams that does favor the forward pick over what NR favors being a Gravekeeper. But okay, looks like they're going to bring both, in which case, to the table. A little bit of forward, a little bit of Gravekeeper in their life as well.
Once again, GK really proving that they love these very aggressive rescue comps here. And Aries actually is like, you know what? Let me take a page out of 72S's book. I can play Vaio too. Watch this, guys.
Okay, so it's going to be a battle of the violinists for the second round, Raph. Going to be an interesting face-off that we've had. We've seen 72S push it to 2-2. Let's see if Aris can merit some better results going into the second half.
I'm actually surprised GK opted to go for the Gravekeeper because, as you mentioned, it's usually one or the other. I would have maybe possibly assumed that they'd get a Perfumer, but hey, GK has something up their sleeves.
I guess they do, Raph. So here we go. Into the game we go. Aris already within reasonable distance from for you. That would actually be a really good target. Tries to sniff out if there's anybody that's hiding around this Cypher. This is really good.
Oh, that is so early to find the doll here. And once again, just kind of expending abilities to make sure. But now that is going to be a big, big hindrance to the Cypher Rush. Don't you think, Articuno?
Definitely. I mean, it's for sure breathing room for Aris in which case. And not only that, it also gives him vision on where For You is. For You, of course, going to be spawning a second one, just so that GK can try to maximize what they can with this Mechanic pick. Sonata notes are starting to come in, denying For You an escape from that other side. Forces For You to go straight into the arms of Aris into that first step.
That is right. And just a bit of a side note here, the more violence that the Mechanic witnesses, there's going to be increasing penalties with their decoding speed. But decoding is not really in the dictionary right now for the Mechanic, as For You is going to be shared off quite early here, but still that is crucial time that he's bought for the entirety of GK.
Aris is going to be very, very happy about this, getting a Mechanic down this early, not to mention also spawning out one of the puppets early. It's just going to force GK to need to respond to this earlier on, and look at that, just for extra measure, going to try to throw out those Rhapsodies to slow down anyone from GK that is looking to continue the pursuit.
That's right, but it's V8 off to the rescue here, as For You is going to be trying to contain for his life. But another note onto him, a second one. That movement speed is gonna be a bit too slow here, as Ares lands a very important hit.
Yeah, Aris just throwing out a Rhapsody towards Rosarin to slow down the progress just a little bit on that Cypher, but you know what? It's all good for GK. Luckily, For You didn't reach the half mark on that rocket chair the first time, so that's still a lot of life that GK can work with here.
I have to say, Aris has been, once again, his target priority, whether it be a gift from circumstance from the spawns or just him with this, again, excellent target choice here. A Mechanic already so early on the chair, and time is ticking. Forward is damaged as well, so this is... Oh, he's still gonna go for it though.
Yeah, but gotta be careful. Beautiful alignment of that Sonata though, and For You is not gonna be long of this road. For You will be falling. Now, they can potentially go for V8 to charge in, but I don't think that's gonna be an option since V8 is a little bit far off. For You gonna try to establish as much distance as possible, but it's a good done deal, Raph.
Exactly, and 4 Cyphers still remain. Ares, although containing all these survivors here, they have quite a bit of a task ahead of them. This I would say is an uphill battle, but very, very timely pop Cypher there.
Oh man. Just throwing out those Rhapsodies left and right, although not really anybody within the vicinity though. So that's gonna be a little bit of room to breathe for GK, in which case Eris has been struggling to sniff out GK. Got really lucky with that first pick off on Mechanic, but looks like Eris doesn't want to waste time anymore. Just go straight for the teleport into Rosary.
There's another choice to make here. Use the shovel early or be subject to soaking up a hit here, and will end up soaking a hit, trying to get away, trying to get that room he wants. But a second hit by Eris, and Eris has absolutely been surgical on this violinist.
It is crazy how much Eris has been all over this map. Normally, all over the place is a bad thing, but in this case, it's a good thing for Eris because the more he's on top of things, the more it forces GK not only to make a run for it, but just the constant rotations, which kind of slow them down on the Cypher progress.
That's right. Gravekeeper will be rescued here, though. Very, very sneaky effort there by Roserin, and Roserin immediately popping the shovel here, trying to get away as much as he can and trying to juke out Ares. But Ares, once again, the sly dog that he is, narrowly land a hit on that.
Trying to get a pop right there, but this is going to be the tricky part. Rhapsody's already starting to stack on him and make it easy for Eris to get the lockdown.
That's right, and as you mentioned, lockdown, lo and behold, he wills it into existence. Still, V8 has a tall order here, as I believe he is quite ways away from the struggling, rather, the chaired Roserin here. Oh, no, there he is. But Ares, we'll see him, though.
Yes, and V8 has to be careful. Is healed up, though, but gonna go straight in for the charge, but very, very dangerous circumstances that he's working with. Already gonna try to go in for the rescue, drops the pallet, but, you know, doesn't really deter Eris. Ooh, actually tries to go for the charge. Sonata comes in, will look for the hit, not quite yet.
That's right, and they pop it immediately. Well timed here. Ares was still in the animation there, but Roserin is running away for dear life here. Meanwhile, Ford is not too far ahead, as Roserin does have a bit of insurance with him.
Whoa. Ooh. This is gonna be it. Yeah, it's coming down to the wire and the chase is on once again. Can Roserin buy enough time for the rest of the team?
Oh my goodness, Roserin, you absolute beast. Ares looks like he's perpetually stuck between this pallet and this fence, and Roserin looking like an MVP type of performance from him.
Yeah, oh man, this is gonna be really tricky. Dungeon is open already. That is a huge option that Roserin can play around if he plays his cards right within the next few minutes. But oh, super unfortunate. But you know what? Did the best that he could. And again, at the end of the day, Raph, it is another tie. Wow.
Oh boy. Man, I was just about to say that, like, if this ends in a tie, then, well, I'm helpless to stop it, but that's what happened. Again, these teams, absolutely elite level performance. They really do not want to let this one go, and this tug of war is still continuing with neither of the sides getting a clear advantage.
It is coming down to the wire, Raph. Things are so close between these two sides, and it's like we're heading into a best of one, in which case going into round 3, because everything is just tied up, albeit the scenario of just needing to deal with more bans
and more bans indeed. And I will stay loyal to my pick, GK. This is one of the creativity. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if we go for a very, very early mechanic ban, so maybe the prisoner is going to be forced out into play here. Again, not a bad alternative, but definitely something we shouldn't be surprised when we see.
Yeah, man, it would be nice to see, but I don't know, man. I mean, the way that these guys have been playing out, it's really tough to tell, because I feel like now is gonna be the time to figure out whether you want to play it safe again, or do you want to play with risks that will potentially enable you to stop the trend of these ties and get you out of that 2-2, maybe into a 3-1 or a 5-0. It's really, really tricky. But you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about what happened earlier in that second half. So great job that we saw from Eris, was able to take down the mechanic. I think the great thing is that even though the mechanic went down so early, the rest of GK held their own. Didn't make it easy for Eris to land a second survivor, that's for sure. Gravekeeper. I mean, Eris didn't waste any time going for the Gravekeeper next. It's just that again, those rescues were very on point to try to maximize the life that Gravekeeper did have. Gravekeeper did go back to the manor towards the end of it, but you know what? At the end of the day, it could have gone way, way worse. It's probably the best case scenario that GK could have worked with, considering the early takedown on Mechanic.
Yeah, and again, GK just showing how flexible they are and how adaptable they are. Because again, with the Mechanic pick, you're basically announcing to the hunter that, you're basically announcing to the hunter that a Cypher Rush will most likely happen unless you spawn close to me. But again, to the Mechanic's dismay, Ares was right there. Like, you just cannot ignore a free mechanic like that. Well, not really a free mechanic, but the Mechanic's doll was right there. And I was like, well, that's going to be one for Ares then.
Yeah, that's for sure. And you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the data so that we get a little bit of an overview of how the numbers played out for these guys. Yeah.
14 attack hits on Ares, and Ares, those are all well placed, as well as it was very, very apparent with the first takedown onto 4U, and of course 4U's doll. But Rosarin, honestly, I think again we have to credit GK as a team, but Rosarin, I think this was his game to salvage, especially the way he managed himself in those containment situations.
Yeah, and again, this is very commendable coming in from Rosarin. Just allowed so much leeway for Sloth to make sure to work on those ciphers. So definitely well played. Like we said, we are playing in a circumstance where we still have an even scoring on points. So it's coming down to the wire wrap, and there's still a lot of uncertainty with how these rants have been panning out.
Is this how you guys are gonna make me debut for IDV? You guys are really pushing me to a near heart attack. But again, as we've mentioned, everybody has been absolutely amazing, and of course, to the credit of Dylan, the MVP of the map, 110 seconds on the containment time, the first triple digit of the night.
Yeah, now that you mention it, and I think this is very, very well deserved for Dylan. Dylan, again, like we said, bought so much time for NR during the start of that match. It's unfortunate that it didn't go full circle for them to pull more points than a 2-2. But you know what? It shows some really good promise from NR going into round 3 now that they have 2 bans to their disposal on 72S. And NR, from what we've seen, are comfortable playing even out of the triumvirate of picks that we have and then out of a priestess. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how round 3 is going to play out for both teams.
Yeah, it's really going to be interesting. And again, just talking about NR and GK as their 10 years, their experience within the competitive community. Again, it tends to be the more veteran teams that try to stick to the more, again, tried and tested meta, which I believe GK has been pretty faithful to. Meanwhile, it wouldn't be such a surprise for NR to, as you mentioned time and time again, to break the mold. But again, let's just give credit where credit is due. Dylan with those loops from hospital into the pallets. Again, that was, as a hunter, man, you gotta just, ow.
Yeah, I mean, make the most of it in which case. So heading into this round 3, violinist might actually, well, depending on the map as well, but I think a violinist ban might also be up to merit for a ban, especially on Eris. I think for the side of NR, they can deal with 72S's violinist in retrospect, just because from what we've seen, the only thing that really deterred them towards the later part of the match was that abnormal. On the other side, it really looked like NR was able to roll with the punches of 72S on the flip side though, on the flip side, it was a bit trickier for GK to deal with Eris's violinist. So especially with more bans on the table for Survivor side, it's something that they might want to put in consideration going into this, especially if they're just gonna default to the Guard 26 ban once again.
Yeah, considering that once again, even if we did get 2 hunter bans, which I don't think we'll be seeing, you have to respect the fact that Eris has been absolutely phenomenal with all his picks, with his Bloody Queen, with his guard 26 that was immediately removed from the table. But once again, those sonatas, those notes, those very fiendish notes that came out from his violinist was absolutely exceptional. So you just have to
Definitely.
wonder, as GK, like, how do you deal with someone as flexible and as aggressive and patient at the same time like Ares?
Yeah, and you know what? We already got word on the map that we'll be playing with for round 3. It is gonna be NR that gets dibs on what map, and it'll be Arms Factory with GK playing Survivor side first for this first half. Interesting, and I think this isn't a bad way to go. In the previous matches for group stage, we didn't really talk about the importance of picking which side you'd be playing first because it didn't have as much weight. But I think for the matchup against GK and NR, it does hold a little bit more weight. I think it's smart for GK to play Survivor side first, just so that they can easily get a feel of how many points they need to try to build up on from the first half going into the second half. So it's a bit more pressure onto 72S if GK doesn't do as well in this first half, but I think it is agreeable just so that you already have a realistic picture of what you're working with going up against Aerith in this first half as far as points that you can pull off.
I feel like Eris is once again the man of the hour because again we're going to Arms Factory, which is usually our first map. But again, we had a bit of a switch of fates here, with the Lakeside being our first map. For those who just tuned in to the stream, again, don't forget to like and share. But again, let's move on to Arms Factory. This is definitely going to be a doozy if NR is going to be Hunter first because again, just this is a bit map specific and Hunter specific. But Guard 26, I was just talking about how this Hunter can eliminate window looping, which is
Right.
incredibly strong. Just going from the route of looping from factory into a triple pallet into a box, right? But again, if you do get rid of that Guard 26, you're still leaving the Dream Witch and the Bloody Queen on the table. So once again, it's a pick your poison kind of situation.
Yeah, actually, it's a really good way to put it, in which case. And Guard 26 as well as Violinist 2 picks that are comfortable with working around the window situation when a survivor does kite around the actual factory. And you have to take note, both Guard 26 and Violinist just so happen to be picks that Eris has proven to be highly proficient at. And as we've said, are likely going to be bans going into this if you're GK survivors.
Maybe as a survivor, I guess the question is, are we really gonna push with the GK or are we going to press on with the perfumer, especially in a map that's I wouldn't say tiny, but Arms Factory is considerably smaller than the rest of the maps we've
Yeah,
seen so far.
I mean, comparing to Moonlit River Part and Lakeside Village, and Ever Sleeping Town, of course. That map.
That map's huge.
Arms Factory is a little bit more in the middle of the pack, I guess, in terms of what our teams have been leaning towards so far in the IVC. So it's really tough to tell. I'm wondering what Eris is going to bring to the table, in which case I think that's going to be the more crucial thing here. With the Violinist and Guard 26 banned out. You know what? Let's also talk about survivors. Going onto this map, I'm heavily expecting a trio triumvirate ban. In some instances, we do see a swap out for a priestess again. So whether or not we'll merit a priestess man going into Arm Factory, it's plausible. So I think this is where we'll be seeing more of those other picks come forward that are out of the triumvirate, that are out of priestess, such as Gravekeeper, such as Forward, Perfumer, and some other teams opting for even picks outside of that. But I guess we don't have to speculate any further. So
Again, I think I'm taken aback from, as we mentioned, it's actually the Vial that gets banned immediately with the Guard 26.
Oh,
What?
okay. Oh, Gardener. That's something I didn't quite expect going into this first half against Eris. Looks like GK has something up their sleeve. Gardener. Wow. Okay. I'm on board with this.
Was it obvious that I gave it away that I am so surprised with the Gardener pick? My God, these chairs aren't safe. These chairs aren't safe. They're gonna ruin all the chairs. But again, actually, wow, I was honestly expecting maybe like a prisoner or something. But man,
Yeah, I mean, Gardener. You know what? Let's go ahead and talk about the merits of a Gardener, though. Should Eris manage to find the Gardener earlier on, she does have those extra seconds of being able to take a hit right off the bat. Also, like you said, whether or not Gardener can optimally sabotage those rocket chairs, not a bad way to go, since Eris has proven to be quite efficient at making these chases a bit shorter for the survivors, where they can't really buy as much time. So maybe another pseudo way to buy time is through those rocket chair sabotages.
and honestly, that's something that I may have overlooked, that the Gardener does have early game protection here, and that's just a straight up no for Ares here, as he's still trying to comb over the map here. It's gonna be Rose Rin going to be the closest one to Ares, and Ares, oh, can he sniff him out?
So we do have a little bit of a pause. Yeah, I think this is another thing that we've seen be a consistent factor for GK when they're playing Survivor. They do so well at denying Eris that super early chase by hiding in those really interesting spots where Eris can't really get a whiff of Survivor chase right away. And I think this is going to bode well for them. Again, combined with a Gardener just kind of coming out of left field for these guys. Wow. Can't get over that.
I honestly have no words for the Gardener. Like it's absolutely, I wouldn't say it's insane, but again, we were expecting very strict meta picks coming into the top 8, into the playoff,
Right.
rather in the playoffs, right? But again, when everything gets banned, you can only do so much with the roster you have. So you gotta have to incorporate that shock and awe factor. And AK has obviously done that with Gardener, but we'll see what is the true extent to Gardener, because as Articuno mentioned, on the surface level, she does have that early game protection, and again, maybe denying a chair that could be the extra seconds that they need to possibly have proper priming timing for the last cipher, or hell, even the gate.
Yeah, and I mean, let's go ahead and talk about Gardener's kit here relative to this round 3. I mean, Gardener not necessarily, I mean, obviously it's not something you see normally pick. And from what we've been seeing, the Gardener's focus in this has gone straight to working on those ciphers. There hasn't really been any sabotaging, so no telltale signs of maximizing ingenuity, but okay.
And again, to the theme of interesting picks here, Ares opting to go for that, but Rose Ridge trying to oh my goodness, that's already such an early hit on Perfumer here. And I would say maybe that was a bit of a gamble on the side of GK. They have done this, I believe, once in the past with the Gardener as well. I think if they just use it as a deterrent, but that mirror is going to be popped, and Roserin will be the first to fall as Ares is trying to build up his snowball.
Yeah, really, really good coming in from Ares, in which case, luckily didn't take too much time in trying to flip out a first survivor. That is rocket chair duty for Rosarin, in which case. And nonetheless, as we can see, GK has done a good job at making sure that their cipher progress is at a decent pace.
I feel like the ideal situation for GK here was if the Gravekeeper would spawn closest to Ares here, but again, let's before we can talk about it, that was quite a daring rescue, even soaking up a bit of a hit there by Sloth Top, but Sloth Top still does have quite a bit of resources, but the last effort is going to be popped as Roserin will try to slip away from Ares once more.
Yeah, a lot of walls to work with here to try to establish as much distance as you can. But you know what? Straight to the rocket chair, just right behind him. So that saves Eris a bit of time.
And just a bit of time, and those could be the clutch seconds that you need. But again, the closest target here is possibly Sloth Top. But as a hunter, you really have to consider, will I really go for a mercenary here? The shield for Gardener is out of play, so maybe V8 and 4U are a bit more enticing as a hunter as of the moment.
Yeah, and from what we're seeing here, okay, mirror image will be popped again. Not quite anyone there that he's gonna spot out. Good transition, in which case, good early transition coming in from GK. But oh man, losing out on that perfumer already. From what we've seen, GK gonna play it safer here. Will try to heal up whenever they can, just so that they can minimize the possibility of losing out on more survivors. 3 ciphers remaining. That's a tall order, Raph. Long way to go.
It definitely is a tall order, especially without another cipher accelerator on the team here. Oh, as I mentioned, that accelerated decoding is there, but still, 4U will be on the menu for Ares. Ares is hungry and he's looking to use this knife. The mirror image is popped. The sandwich is gonna be there, and it's gonna be a 4U sandwich. 4U will soak up the hit, but still trying to slip away as much as he can. But we are gonna be sending him the hounds. Oh, beautiful pallet to buy just that extra time, but it's there.
Yeah, not as much of a far walk that Eris needs to push for here in order to reach out to 4U, and a lot of wide open space here. Rocket chair is very near as well, so Eris not needing to stray far once again to strap on a survivor to a rocket chair.
And they have to commit to a rescue here, otherwise this is going to be such a hairy situation. V8 is already on the rotate, trying to anticipate, or rather just trying to position himself. But the closest chair to Ares be a bit too far for V8 for an instant rescue. But now Sloth Top is the primary target for Ares. Ares is still looming around the area, trying to deny as much time as he can for V8.
Yeah, good job from Eris, in which case, I like the idea of bringing him to this particular location, just so that the ciphers that GK are still working on are within equal, not necessarily equal, but within reasonable distance for Eris to manage.
Oh, and the Gravekeeper will soak up a hit there. Ares still hot on the chase. He is a bit hesitant. Rather, he is getting a bit confused who to chase, but maybe he can hit 2 birds with one stone. 4U is on the menu, and something we haven't really seen in the previous map is how aggressive Ares, or just the hunter in general, in taking these pallets, just kind of narrowing the options down for the survivors.
Yeah, this is interesting coming in from Ares as well. By expending that mirror image earlier on, it will give 4U the opportunity to prolong the chase a bit more, not needing to really worry about any pincers, except for right now when the mirror image is finally up. Now, will Ares be able to find the hit that he's looking for? Yes, he will. Oh, but that cipher, he has to be careful.
It has to be. It's so close to being primed, but he's already ballooned. Again, Ares really showing the dexterity and the timing with his ability use there. I love the timing for the mirror image. You will unfortunately go for a chair here. Still waiting for the wiggle out. V8 really trusting his teammate. Oh,
that was that was pretty darn close. But the rescue comes in right away, but not before they could already pop that cipher. So GK still a lot to work with here as far as making sure that they get 3 survivors, but they have to be careful. Eris, the tension is on.
Right, and those eyes are glowing red. One hit from Ares here could prove potentially dangerous, and he is gonna swap places here. Sloth Top is on the menu. Sloth Top, you might be pretty sturdy here, but Ares, those eyes once again are glowing red.
Yeah, Ares trying to make the most of the situation here. Again, the risk that he's playing out, he needs to try to find a survivor to down. Luckily, this does put pressure on GK as far as going for these exit gates. Ares, once again, making the transition towards chasing 4U.
And 4U just juking Ares for now, breaking his ankles. There is still a pallet available. Is he going to go for the pallet stun? Nope, he doesn't. Ares with an aggressive push forward there. This is going to be a bit of a tall order for... Actually, no. V8 just decides, you know what? I'm not even going to go for it.
Oh man, this is crazy. Another
Kidding
2-2.
me? All right. We gotta get locked and loaded for the maps coming forward, or rather the half moving forward. Articuno, how are you feeling, man?
I mean, gonna be. I think at the end of this, it's much more of a breather for GK if they manage to play by their strength of, again, as these rounds go along. For some reason 72S manages to go into plus ultra, but you know what, we'll talk about that in a bit. Let's go ahead and talk about what happened in that last game first. Eris did such a great job again at landing a survivor early, but GK is just so careful, so calculated with how they play when only 3 survivors remain. Just the best case scenario. I think what was a little bit unfortunate is the fact that since Eris did kind of pop the mirror image towards Gravekeeper, once the rest, I believe it was Gravekeeper, upon rescue of the Gardener, it kind of prolonged the chase towards Gardener afterwards. So I feel like there could have been more, but you know what? Again, that's what I love about Eris as a hunter. He really likes to go for gutsy plays, and sometimes they work out, sometimes they don't. But nonetheless, I think still a 2-2 still very safe for NR here. At least they're again not working with a scenario, at least both GK as well as NR. They're not working with a scenario where either team is ahead in points. This second half is going to make or break either one of these teams. Unless we get another half seas Rav. That's going to be like,
Wait a minute. Let's relax here with the predictions, because right now it's really not leaning towards any team here. And if we go for another half C, another tie, then that's gonna be a bit of a doozy here. And
right.
I honestly feel like that Gardener pick on GK could have gone either a lot better or a lot worse, but it again managed to find the middle ground, and that has been the theme for this first match. Again, no inch has been gained no matter what side.
Yeah, so you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the match data towards the end of that first half. Raf, Gardener.
89 seconds on Gardener. Would you look at that?
Wow. Like the weird contain. I mean, I guess I shouldn't really be as surprised, since if you look at, it's just a subtle thing to point out, but when you look at Gardener's kit, I mean, you have Veteran, which makes it easier to work around when you're trying to kite. So I guess the containment time has reflects that in a way. I also go back to that last moment where Fori was doing such a great job at just kiting around structures after the second rescue on him. So yeah, it's tricky. It was a tricky thing to deal with. Gardener paid off ish one way or another.
Yeah, like I said, for some reason, the gamble that could have been really good or really bad found a great middle ground. Again, which is something you don't normally see from a really ballsy pick like that. But again, Slothtop with 206% on that ciphering, 36 seconds on that containment time. Again, it's a bit of a confusing third map, because normally those aren't really the numbers you would see on those corresponding survivors. But hey, it happened, and there's no point in crying over spilled milk. But I would say this is putting a bit more pressure on 72S, because this stranglehold, this war they've been waging between these teams, haven't really played out the way you would think.
Yeah, and gosh, this is gonna be really tight, rough. It could again go either way. Equal 10 points for both GK and NR. I think this is gonna be the really big test for NR, because 72S, like we said, we can finally talk about this second half for round 3. 72S has proven to just push the pedal to the metal. And whether or not NR is capable of kind of ending that trend, we'll see. And again, the predictions, it's so close, Raf. Nobody's really ahead yet. No, there's there's still a lot of uncertainty up in the air.
Uncertainty is the theme. And man, honestly, at this point, with the number of bans we're gonna be seeing, it's almost guaranteed we're gonna see something along the lines of, once again, maybe a gardener. But oh man, I'm honestly not entirely sure what to say anymore, because looking at the science of this, it's just mind-boggling. But maybe NR has a strat that maybe could involve pushing for the dungeon a bit more, because
Right.
that's something that we haven't really seen in the previous maps, pushing for a dungeon play, trying to stretch out the game for that. And maybe that could be the trump card, but maybe 72S and maybe GK has anticipated that, and maybe quite possibly we'll go for another half C. I don't want to jinx it. Honestly,
my
I
God.
do not want to
A
jinx
half
it.
seat into a playoff? Oof. Like an extra round? We'll see, but I guess by trend, the heavier expectation is that GK72S has all the makings of tilting
classic.
things a little bit more towards GK's favor heading into the second half. I'm really uncertain of how this is going to go, but yeah, just by the statistics, that's the more likely scenario that we're working with, unless again NR can continue to show that they can step up their game in this playoffs, survivor side
Yeah.
most especially. Yeah.
And statistically speaking, GK should have put this away, because, like we mentioned, they were a bit of a favorite to be just having a berth at the finals. Again, the
Right.
playoffs just started, but that was already a very, very early and a very bold prediction, but not something too far-fetched that you would say, what, are you crazy? You know, but NR really just being the gatekeepers, we start here and we're gonna move this at a very, very grueling pace.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Um, it's coming down to the wire, guys. In which case, be sure to continue to show your support for both of these teams, GK as well as NR. Use our unofficial hashtags, hashtag IVC2020C and hashtag IDVC if you want to get your word out. Keep updated with each other on who you're rooting for, who you think will manage to take the victory for this really, really tight race between GK and NR. Oof.
Man, again, still, I'm gonna stick by my prediction. I'm gonna stick with the GK
Fair.
pulling through. They've gone the distance before. NR, they seem like the newer blood. This could be a very new situation to them, and maybe in this
Yeah.
chaos that the extra bands and the extra round provides, this is where GK revels.
Yeah, it's going to be pressure for sure on NR side, more so than GK in which case. So tricky. We're just waiting for that game to load. And I know a lot of you really want to see the action, but got to take time for these players to take a breather and regroup. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. And take note, guys, this is only match one. We still have match two later on between OSM and VX, another one that's worth looking forward to. So, very intense playoffs that we have with these top four. That's for sure.
I'm just trying to think, like, what map could they possibly pull out now? Like, in our map pool, we still have Ever Sleeping, which is absolutely insanely huge for an IDV map.
Right.
And we still have Moonlight, which is still pretty much a relatively big map. So either way, I think this would possibly lean towards whoever goes for Survivor side first, if I'm not
if
mistaken.
we have a playoffs, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Right.
If.
I'm a bit too excited here. Getting a little too excited. Still not done with the third map.
Nope, not at all yet, Raph. So yeah, this since it is very crucial, both sides really taking a moment to prepare for this, because this could be the defining half, or if we see another half season playoffs for sure. But yeah, just lots of pressure right now for both NR and GK going into this. It's so close, man. So close.
It really is. And that pressure is gonna be on the shoulders of 72S. Now, I don't think we've seen too many crazy picks coming out from 72S. We've usually seen him on the more, again, on the sane side of the meta, you know, the violinist, the occasional guard 26. Well, not really occasional, but the very successful guard 26 on his side. Of course, the darling of Southeast Asia herself, the Bloody Queen, which has taken priority, obviously, over the Dream Witch when it comes to picks for whatever reason.
Right. Oh man, it's really tough to tell now that you mentioned it. Looking at picks, Dream Witch again, most likely possible ban. There's a lot that you have to put into consideration when you're up against 72S. It's such a tough call. I mean, do you want to ban, like, because you only have two, so maybe put it on, well, Bloody Queen, Dream Witch. You also have to take into account guard 26 is also up in the air, violinist up in the air. I think it's definitely going to be a trickier thing that NR needs to figure out here. But you know what? There we go. Yeah, as I said, Bloody Queen as well as Dream Witch gonna default to those. Leaves guard 26 and violinist up in the air for 72S to choose. Not bad picks if you think about it going into Arms Factory. So NR, again, like we said, has their work cut out for them. It's gonna be a tricky game. Triumvirate banned out. NR will have to look at other picks, in which case beyond that.
That's right. And the creativity muscles here will be fleshed out. We will get a coordinator and a gravekeeper. All right. So that flare gun's going to be locked and loaded. Meanwhile, 72S still does have the violinist up in the air, but maybe we'll get something. Nope, we're going to get the violinist.
Yeah, violinist, not a bad way to go, in which case. So there you have it, guys. It is the crucial second half of round 3. We already see the picks from both NR as well as GK. I'm not going to lie, I'm a bit worried for NR here. They don't really have the same comfort of those picks like Mercenary and Seer anymore. Nonetheless, they tried to do what they tried to work with what they can in this composition. So whether or not they'll be able to work around this violinist, that's something that's yet to be seen. So ladies and gents, it is the very, very, very big moment for both teams as we head into the second half of round 3. 72S on the Hunter side with NR on Survivor.
That is absolutely right. And NR, as you mentioned, they don't have the comfort of the comfort picks you mentioned. And hell, even a forward would have been nice in this situation. But Daddy is going to be first on the list for 72S. Could not dodge that, unfortunately, as 72S.
See, this
blinding
is what
speed, right?
Plus, oh man, plus ultra for 72S. Didn't even waste. That didn't even go. That chase didn't even go 10 seconds. That was a single-digit chase for 72S, and it's not necessarily going to be helping NR's cause here. They're going to have to respond to this right away. And the tricky part here even further is that 72S has early access to Rhapsody. That's going to allow him to pressure these ciphers from the distance.
That's right, and his range mastery is really coming into play as he is not leaving this water tank chair alone. And Raindrop, Dylan, and Aurora here are pressured to make a decision. Otherwise, it looks like they're gonna be letting go of this Gravekeeper. But it does look like the rotations are coming in. Time is still ticking though. Aurora is being chased. Oh, but the pallet is right there. He will break that. He does not want to deal with that anytime soon.
I also want to give particular attention to the fact that Daddy has been on that rocket chair for more than half of the time of this game. Oh man, this is so scary though. Raindrop gonna make the attempt at the rescue, but time is ticking. They have to rescue Daddy now, or else that's gonna be an early back to the manor on the Survivor. And yes, that will be the case. 72S, he is on fire.
72S, absolutely spine-chilling with this performance right now. This is going to be a violinist concert already for the ages with the patient setting. And boom, there you go. Raindrop's like, you know what? You've had your fun. Here you go.
Yeah, but that said though, you also have to take notice. Sonana did manage to find its mark on Raindrop, so there's only one more hit before this coordinator goes down. And what's really scary here is that NR is lagging a bit behind in Cypher prep just because of the early response that they needed to push towards Daddy in the first few seconds of the game.
Did you see that? That was... Oh my goodness. 72. Somebody stop this man. Somebody douse this man. Somebody get a fire extinguisher because this man is absolutely on fire. And that's already another man seated. Another man on the chair. They have no choice here but to go for the rescue. Otherwise, having 3 Cyphers with 2 survivors, not an ideal situation, Articuno.
Yeah, definitely not. And you know what? The pressure is on. What I like about this, though, is that NR, they're just trying to make the most of it by not compensating on their Cypher progress. There's some pretty decent progress that we saw from both Aurora as well still, and that's at least a little bit of a breather to work with. But what's kind of scary here at this point is that Coordinator is already more than halfway through again. So is NR going to try to go for the salvage play by rescuing Coordinator? That is the question.
Oh my goodness, this is honestly such a delicate balance that 72S is making it lean towards him. One more hit onto Dylan. Terror shock on the vault as well.
Oh man, 72S, he is on fire and goes for the teleport play just in case to check on Coordinator, but that's going to be a sayonara towards that survivor. You know what, Raph? This is really scary. 2 Cyphers remaining. NR is in quite the predicament if they want to try to go for the half-seas, because if they lose out on 1 survivor, it is game over. GK takes this series.
It is, but 72S, I love this aggression, just still coping over the map here, trying to look for whatever he can find, but Dylan is back up on his feet. He is on half HP. He does dodge that. He does burn the pallet. But this is getting a lot more dangerous as the shack is getting a lot more naked when it comes to the pallets. But once again, 72S putting on a masterclass for Hunters.
And look at this, 72S, he's like, you know what? Even though I'm guaranteed the win by making sure Perfumer is brought back to the manor, I'm gonna go the extra mile here. I want blood. I want every single survivor back to the manor just to make this victory more definitive.
This is absolute madness here. And what can Aurora do at this point is the question.
Yeah, I mean, Dylan is far from expiration. If that's gonna be plan that they might want to go for, but you know what, Aurora just trying to get her bearings here, might inch towards Dylan. I mean, all Dylan has to do is to try to heal up to the max percentage possible. Aurora needs to make a sneaky play if they want to try to continue to work with the scenario of getting 2 survivors out of there. Looks like Aurora already going for the setup though, but it's going to be very scary, and there you have it. It's a good done deal, ladies and gents. 5 points and the victory will be going to GK in this best of 3. Well played. Well played.
Man.
72SC madman. That's all I gotta say.
That was an emphatic finish, honestly. Like oh my god, I'm at a loss for words. Honestly, that was so impressive, finding the Gravedigger that early and just not allowing him to do what a Gravedigger does, you know? And 72S, I love how he takes back that control over the violinist. He's like, you know what, Darius, that was an impressive run you had in the previous map. Now, let me just turn up the heat. Let me turn the dial up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been saying about 72S. He gets scarier as those rounds go, and he did not disappoint again. The trend continues where he just becomes a massive beast when push comes to shove. And that's why I was talking about how important it was for GK to get the call on which side plays first going into this round 3, because 72S is super reliable in playing out a scenario where he will most likely be able to push for the win condition that you need in order to secure the match if ever it does push into a round 3. It has proven to be the case once again. First half ended in a 2-2. 72S knew that he had to pull out the plus ultra, and there you have it. At the end of the day, dust has settled, and it is GK that will take the victory. But still, massive kudos to NR. very pleased to see that they were able to hold their own in this playoffs, and it's not over yet. This is a double elimination, Raf.
That is right. So hold on to your breath, NR fans, because we still have the lower brackets for tomorrow, so they can still continue with their run already. And that's right. That's right. Look at that, Theo. Look at that.
Yeah, first time on the caster desk, and you get your prediction right. So,
that's right.
Yeah, let's go to talk about what went right for 72S there. Just straight up, the fact that he wasted no time in landing the Gravekeeper just within the first few seconds was already huge. It was a bit unfortunate that NR wasn't able to go for the salvage onto that Gravekeeper. It really complicated the situation, especially since there were still a lot of ciphers that they needed to work on. It wasn't the best case scenario. They did try though. What I will commend them on is they tried to put themselves in a position where they didn't want to compensate their cipher progress as much as possible. But the fact of the matter is, the moment that they lost out on their second survivor, it just complicated things humongously.
Exactly. And as I mentioned, I feel like this is a bit of a repeat of the second map, but this time on the side of GK, because I think we had a similar situation where Aris found the mechanic doll, right? And then this just so happens for 72S, he doesn't find a doll, he finds the Gravekeeper himself. And I have to commend 72S with the accuracy of the Sonatas.
Yeah, so you know what, Raf? Let's go ahead and check out the match data of that second half. So again, as I said, single digit containment time for the Gravekeeper, which really proved to be the complicating matter for NR as this second half went along. But again, just trust 72S to pull through when it matters, and that's what really makes GK scary in these best of threes, even more so those best of fives, where endurance is just on 72S's side, and we've seen that once again.
And again, that endurance, to just keep on going for those half Cs early on, but when it came down to the wire at the second half, they just became absolutely explosive. And honestly, you have to commend both the survivor sides on both teams, because they really, really held their own against both, I would say, superstar hunters.
Yeah, and no surprises right there. Our MVP will be 72S. Super well deserved.
And it's crazy to think that the only terror shock in the entire best of three was on 72S.
Right. Actually. So there you have it, guys. That has been our first match of the day, with GK as our victors. GK is still proving to be a force to be reckoned with in these prolonged series, and that will really hold well for them towards getting what they want to achieve in the IVC, which is that title, as well as that direct infight into KOA 4. It's looking, their chances are looking pretty good here, Raf. Not gonna lie.
It really is. And again, we have to, again, I don't want to rub it in anyone's face or anything, but man, I sure did pick red by picking GK. Let's move on to the other side of the coin, NR. Now, NR, they've already shown quite a refined and such a, how would I say this, well-practiced playstyle, considering how young they are in this competitive environment. And moving forward, we can only, again, I don't want to put too much expectations on them, but just from this performance alone from this tournament, and they still even have an extra life for tomorrow, or for the next episode. Moving forward, what do you think are their more minor holes, that they could patch up to be a more decisive team?
NR, I think it just really comes down to consistency and making sure that they're on point on both sides, both Hunter as well as Survivor. They really need to step up their game going into this playoffs. They proved to have such massive potential in the group stage, but they need to manifest that potential into results going into these playoffs if they want to increase their chances of potentially winning IVC. Again, we're looking at a little bit more of a fresher brand in comparison to the likes of VX and GK. But nonetheless, I mean, I did vote for them in predictions because I really do believe in their promise. But now it's just trickier since they did lose out on their first match. So there's no more cushions for them moving forward. If they lose another match, they are officially out of the running for this tournament. So hopefully with the match that they played out today, they managed to regroup, review what they could have done better, and hopefully use that to propel yourself to victory in the next games. That's really the best thing you can do as a team in this playoffs.
Again, there's just so many intangibles that Articuno did touch on. Well, again, the irony of that statement. But again, let's move on to something more solid they could work on. I feel like if they had a better draft in their survivor, in their second string, when you remove those that sacred trio that you and Poch hold to such a high degree, and for good reason as well. Those three are very dangerous, but you have to have a contingency when the inevitable happens when you go to a very long set like this one.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? With that said, I mean, just really makes you look forward to seeing what more we have in store for all of us as we go on further into these playoffs. Again, top four is no laughing matter for what we have in front of us. And there's a lot of storylines that are playing out as we head into these next few days. So we'll just really have to see. But you know what? That was only just our first match. We still have our second match in a bit. We'll be talking a little bit more about that later on. But once again, we'd like to thank you all for tuning into the I-95 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. We're going to be going on a quick break before heading into the next one between Awesome and VX. We've been casters. I'm Articuno. Joining me for his first time on the desk is Raf, and we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Stick around, guys.
若说这美人，老夫这平生只见过一人，不信您且看。这是个缔造了时代的女人。当然，一个时代的缔造者，总会有那么一副巧言善辩的喉舌。以及一把没有感情的兵器。哎，可说到底，蜡烛的火焰下，不也是柔弱的东西吗？而火焰后面未曾被照亮的地方，足以倾覆时代的阴谋，正悄然涌现。
Lo and behold, a fascinating combination of greed, pride, lust. Oh, and wannabes. My dearest leading man brandishes himself like a lowly bourgeoisie. The affectionate gaze and the flirtatious chuckle. Seems like my supporting actress has found her better role. The elegy of a shadow sings the unattainable wonders and gloom reality. I hope this bedtime story doesn't end in a hurry. The swinging steps and the lively melodies, the meticulous portrayals and the fame-seeking parodies, all of which converge below the spotlight and belongs to me.
Stuck here under this crust forever, searching the mist.
go. We are back, ladies and gents, for the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. Quite the intense match that we had earlier, but now it'll be both VX and OSM that are taking the stage. Of course, once again, we're going to be your MCs for today. I'm Articuno, and joining me fresh on the desk is Raf, making his debut here on the Identity 5 broadcast. How's the experience so far, man?
I love making good predictions. I'm not gonna let that go for the rest of the night, by the way.
Oh
But
my
I
god.
feel like that might bite me in the back sooner than later, actually. Yeah, that first series that I feel like that could have potentially been grand finals material if I'm not being too crazy with that statement.
Yeah, I mean, still a really definitive second half during round 3 that GK was able to pull earlier. But you know what? Best of luck to both GK and NR as they proceed further into the bracket. Now, let's talk about this matchup that we have right here, VX versus OSM. VX was another one of the favorites that are entering the top 4. OSM coming off the top of their group as well. So this is going to be quite the matchup. I mean, the fact that NR was able to hold their own against GK, who knows what's going to happen with OSM going head to head with VX, might actually reap better results here. That's for something that's up in the air right now.
That is right. And talking about OSM, I do believe they have a very, very impressive forward main in the form of Jacket. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Yeah,
we are actually going to see that. Yeah.
Let's introduce the players for both sides. Starting off with OSM. Of course, we have the Last Human, Nine Mamos, The Flash, Nerokun, and Jacket. Oh man, so excited to see these guys. The Last Human, oh god, he really showed up during the final match that we saw of OSM last week. So now we are going to see if that will catapult OSM into bigger things. Last Human, of course, is no stranger to also being a hunter that is much more comfortable and efficient at using current picks that are up in the meta.
That is right. And with a win rate of 74.5% on Dream Itch, on such a volatile and lethal hunter like that, that is nothing to joke about. Meanwhile, Ned, we have 9 Mamos to follow with the mechanic with a very respectable 50% win rate as well. And Articuno, I'm sure you have a lot to say about OSM.
Yeah, OSM has, surprisingly, at first, I was like, oh, OSM looking pretty good. Now I am such a fan after just seeing their overall run in the group stage. But it's, again, like I said, it's going to be a real test for them as they go up against VX. I think this match will really determine where they stand in this top 4, because now they're rolling with these big teams in VX and GK, and potentially GK, should they be able to win this matchup that they're going into right now. Lots of emphasis on their Hunter, the Last Human, because he's the one that really brought the team full circle in their wins for the group stage. But not to discount their survivors as well, which have been not bad, gotta say. Very on point in the moments that did matter during the group stage. There was that one moment that became so crucial for them, but particularly the last match that they played against IVS, if I'm not mistaken. So the fact that they managed to pull through in such a high stakes scenario, not to mention in a very definitive manner, shows that they can roll with some punches here. So really looking forward to see how they fare going into the second match of the day.
That's right. And talking about that matchup with they had with IVS, they pulled out a doctor pick, which is pretty much akin to the Gardener pick we saw early today. And just like the Gardener, we did see them knock out IVS with such a gamble. But again, moving on to their opponents, the very formidable VX.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check out VX here. So we have Gajay, Captain Kun, Joseph, XD, Synchros, and Ling Tian. 5 players, which are no stranger to those that have closely followed Identity 5 over the past years, where we've had the opportunity for Southeast Asia. Gajay, true to his name, truly a god as a hunter. I think
this is going to be an interesting Hunter head-to-head because Gaje and The Last Human have somewhat similar pools as far as what they like to put into priority. So yeah, a huge determining factor. But one thing that we can't deny as well is the rest of VX here. Captain Kuhn, along with everybody else. VX has been championed for having one of the best survivor synergies out of all the teams in this tournament. So they're certainly a force to be reckoned with and could probably be a challenge for The Last Human going forward into this.
Yeah, and looking at the head-to-head, like as you mentioned, looking at the mains that they have chosen to rock with the entire tournament, it's almost identical. But yeah, again, VX, a very, very seasoned team, and synergy and basically their coordination as a whole survivor group is just something you can't mess with. And talking about that, they probably have a lot of practice as well, going up against arguably one of the best dream witches in the entire roster that we have with Gaje.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, I think this is really gonna be expected to be maybe just as close as the matchup that we had earlier between NR and GK. But you know what? I'm gonna let both the survivors and hunters do the talking to see if that will indeed be the case once we head on to our next match. Just kind of working with my owl here.
He is the embodiment of a seer, you know? And well,
yeah, but
okay. No arguments here on my side, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, sure. VX. What made me lean towards VX a bit more again? I got to go by history, and I really think that the synergy that VX has on the survivor side is going to prove to be a challenge for The Last Human, who has been an incredible hunter in this tournament. But again, what I'm really looking forward to seeing here out of everything is how he'll be faring against the ridiculous power that the survivors have on VX's side. Again, it's been something that has been a recurring thing brought up on social media, where it's undeniable. Probably one of the best in Southeast Asia right now, if not the best, in fact.
And that's right. Again, I am not going to argue. Again, VX, my pick also, and it's a pleasant surprise to see that we started the day off with conflict, and now we have coordination. But again, just looking at the eye test, why I picked VX, just even from the previous slides that was presented to you, just statistically, just by the numbers game alone, VX, although they had very, very similar lineups, and even Gaje and The Last Human mirroring the most successful hunter they have with the Dream Witch, Gaje just undeniably had a bit of a landslide advantage with the win rate alone, you know. And looking at the rest of the stats moving forward with the mains and from the survivor team, just ridiculous to say the least.
Yeah, definitely. And just looking at this, it's gonna be really close. I think it's something you just kind of brushed on earlier. These head-to-heads are really gonna be something to look forward to. The similarities in pools are gonna make for good ground for comparison between these both sides. And I think, like I said, this is gonna be the match that really gauges where OSM truly stands amongst these teams that remain in the IVC, because I am really not sure. On one hand, sure, they were able to take down they were able to get a victory on NR, but it was super close. And then there was this other match that they had against IVC that was very, very close, and the only match that had a playoff. So that kind of puts me in this mindset where do they stand exactly? But you know what? We'll finally get to determine that. First things first, we're heading into the pick and ban for the first half of round 1.
Exactly, and it is going to be Gaje up first as the hunter, and with absolute confidence, we have no doubts as Nair can go for the priestess jacket with the forward, the mercenary as well for the flash, and it would not surprise me if 9 Mamos would go for the mechanic, and there you go.
Yeah, and question is, what will Gaje bring to the table? I mean, could easily go for a Dream Witch here if he wants.
Yeah.
Just waiting on that pick. Yeah, looks like God J, gotta maximize what you're best at, and that will be the Dream Witch.
Yes. Arms Factory and the Dream Witch. Name a more iconic duo. Name something else. You know? But again, just talking about these picks, I feel like this game, in comparison to the previous game that we were just talking about, between, if I'm not mistaken, GX and NR, right?
Right.
Or rather,
right.
GK and NR. I'm getting my names mixed up. This is, I feel like the momentum they build on the first map is gonna be their X factor moving forward into the series, because again, very similar pools. It's just a matter of who gets ahead first.
Definitely. And here we go, guys. Will God J be able to bring the God to God J once again on his signature pick, being the Dream Witch? We'll find out as we head into the Arms Factory first half of round 1. Let's do this.
I'm just gonna say I love the skin. The skin on God J is beautiful. I feel like it's my favorite one in the game. But that is gonna be a first leech already onto Nerican, and once again the Dream Witch pressure is on.
Yeah, not bad. Not a bad target to focus on, I guess. A little bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to spot out 9 Mamos earlier on, but you know, you don't want to just try sniffing out survivors for too long. You want to get the ball rolling. God J, you know, he's very efficient with multitasking from what we've seen in previous games, so would love to see how this progresses for him.
That's right, that's absolutely correct. As having a mechanic on the team really starts the snowball for the Cypher Rush here. But 9 Mamos, as I mentioned, the mechanic, Gajay will turn his attention towards him.
Yeah, I think this is a good call for him, Gajay. Not wasting time by making sure that he leeches on one survivor first, just so that he has a follower that is occupied. But on the flip side, decides to commit the second one. Wow, beautiful.
What? And already Gajay's like, you know what, let's start off the day with something spicy. A little bit of a well-timed blink, covered with, or rather added to a well-timed strike, will be bringing 9 Mamos down to half, and Gajay still unrelenting. I believe he is gonna look to plant a lead on 9 Mamos, and there it is.
Yeah, it's, oh man, super crazy. But you know what? It's this guy on the right track for sure.
Oh my goodness, beautiful routing and beautiful selection there by Gajay. This is gonna be such a quick chair as well. Now, again, the mechanic, the first to fall with a relative fragility compared to the rest of the survivor lineup.
Yeah, and ooh, look at this. Probably the best case scenario, given the circumstances for Gajay. Jacket, as we see, already in the area, wanting to go for a savior. Just speeds his way. Go, Speed Racer, go!
Did I just see that? Oh, never mind. A beautiful save there by Jacket, but we'll soak up a bit of damage here. Once again, 9 Mamos is going to be a victim of those very precise strikes, as he is, rather, the last effort will be popped here. Gajay still continuing with this pressure.
Yeah, and oh my god. This is gonna be intense pressure that OSM is gonna have to deal with, in which case they're not able to just go the full commit on these ciphers just because of the proactivity that we're seeing once again. Very signature of God J on the Dream Witch pick.
That's right, and we actually already have a down forward while we were up in arms about the analysis, but Gajay not wasting whatever time that is presented to him. There's still 4 ciphers remaining with 2 of your survivors chaired. OSM might be in a sticky situation, Articuno.
Very sticky. But you know what? Nonetheless, I think OSM have been rolling with the punches fairly decently. Cypher progress has not been compromised, even with all this proactivity, all this pressure that is coming in from Gajay. So I think OSM is holding their own, but not gonna lie, it's just constantly gonna be a challenge over the next. There's no slowing down for Gajay, that's for sure. And OSM just has to have the endurance to roll with these punches until such time that they can hopefully get more survivors out of the gate. Luckily, Gajay will be committing towards 9 Mamos once again. And you know what? 9 Mamos maximize what life he had in this game.
Exactly, and I'm not entirely sure what happened with the mechanic doll as well, but certainly God J's not having any of that, as the mechanic will be sent back to the manor here. The mercenary and the Ford are limping just a bit. They do have they are tagged up to 50%, and the help me calls are being thrown out as well by the Flash.
Yeah, but look at this. They will get spotted out here having a little bit of canoodling behind the wall. But yeah, Gajay just trying to wait for these followers to finally make their way downtown. But you know what? Jacket isn't having any of it.
Jacket, that was such a narrow dodge there. That kind of played with my heartstrings a bit. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Jacket just played with the risk of taking a hit just so that it doesn't lead to a terror shock as soon as he went over the pallet. But it's still a tall order that OSM is working against here. Luckily, they were finally able to pop the ciphers, though, so this will give OSM a big chance of, oh my gosh, Blink coming in onto Jacket. Gajay, he doesn't want to make it easy for OSM, even with all ciphers popped. That's for sure.
Gajay is a virtuoso with those blink strikes that he's been doing, and that's gonna be another chair. Mercenary and Priestess. Priestess has been relatively untouched this game. They do have the switch up. That's what they're going for, but the gates are open, and I believe that's gonna be two. They're not gonna risk Jacket rather. So I don't want to say it, but this is are we gonna see another half C?
Oh my gosh, another half C. I am honestly not sure, Af. It's interesting we have another safe start to this best of 3. But you know what? We'll find out in a while. But let's go ahead and talk about what happened in this first half. It was interesting, I say. It was an interesting start here for Gajay. Took a while to leech onto his first target before he could eventually commit its efforts to try to sniff out 9 Mamos. Eventually he did. But yeah, at the end of the day, I think OSM, with how their rotations panned out, did a great job at kind of responding to the pressure that Gajay was putting on them quite well. They were able to roll with the punches, and at the end of the day, it could have gone way worse, by the way. But I think with what happened during those first minutes, they got the max out of 9 Mamos, in which case. So again, like I said, just not at all a bad start. 2-2. I mean, for round 1, that's a safe way to go.
Safe is the word for hopefully not the recurring theme for the entire series. But yeah, all things considered, with as you mentioned, Gajay hitting his timings, even though there was a bit of a delay on the leech. But again, all things considered, I feel like this is still a very, very even match, and
for sure,
momentum hasn't really swung in anyone's favor.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and check out the match data here. In which case, it's a really interesting match that we had here. Everybody on OSM was on their feet. Nobody really had as much of an idle moment just because of how proactive Gajay was. But like I said, what matters here is that even with the massive proactivity and pressure that we saw from Gajay, all OSM really had to do was respond in the best way they can. They did that. And as a result, they were able to get onto the equal round of 2-2, especially against Gajay's dream, which I'd say that's actually not a bad start to this best of 3 run for OSM.
Exactly, and Gajay, I have to say, incredibly impressive with those blink timings there. Those were already for the highlight, really. This is, I believe, is just first game of the day. So the last human does have a tall order, as the strength of VX, aside from Gajay being such an insane Dream Witch, as you've mentioned, is that synergy and that synchronization of their survivor players.
Yeah, I think going into the second half, it's such a polarizing matchup just because you know for a fact that both the last human and the survivors of VX are excellent at their respective roles. Again, survivors for VX as well as OSM's Hunter, some of the best that we've seen in this tournament, I would say. So to see that go head to head against each other during the second half, I'm really not sure how those how those scales are gonna tip towards the end of it, or will it tip at all? Maybe we'll have another 2-2. We'll find out. But to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see a 2-2 for the second half, just because of how definitive the performances are from both sides based on history during the group stage.
That's right. And even though me and Articuno went with the stats, went with the numbers that we picked VX over OSM, it really still is a toss-up, especially in the playoffs, especially in IDV where literally anything can happen. And as mentioned by, I think it was Potch in the previous broadcast, this game has a never say die attitude, even if it does look dire, you just got to keep on chugging.
Right. And hopefully that they will do, Raph. Hopefully indeed. So yeah, talking about the second going into the second half, to be honest, I wouldn't really be surprised if we just see since it is round one, VX just gonna stick to the solid meta picks once again. As far as bans, it's tricky because each member of the triumvirate VX is capable of maximizing to the T. Probably what I would like to see banned out, either the Seer or Mercenary, more so than the Mechanic. Just remembering how... But then again, oh man, Mechanic is pretty good for VX as well, because they're one of the teams that we've seen are just so on point with so long as the Mechanic isn't scouted out early, of course, but on the flip side is just so efficient at getting those Cypher rushes, and that's kind of been the boon that all of these teams had to deal with when they were against VX. The fact that VX's survivors are just such a well-oiled machine. So I think it's a tough call with what you want to take away, because regardless of what you ban, they're still going to be able to maximize whichever pick you make available to them.
That's right. And we are actually moving on to our picks and bans here. Now, it does make a lot of sense. Okay. All right, coordinator. Well, again, that's not something too unexpected, but this early on, why not, right?
Right. I like that OSM decided to ban out the Mechanic. Like I said, if you go by VX being so efficient at being survivors, at least by taking away the Mechanic, you know that they're not gonna rush their way through a game. They're gonna have to play it a little bit more systematically, as we can see with the composition that they have. A lot of crowd control that they're bringing to the table, by the way, both coordinator as well as the forward. So they're really playing to last out here, going up against Last Human. Now, question is, what does Last Human bring to the table on the flip side? Lightning strikes, and it is gonna be the Bonbon.
I was expecting a bit of the, of course, the signature Dream Witch, but once again, the Bonbon, the Guard 26, still a very, very impressive pick here, for reasons that have been stated in the previous match as well, with the Guard 26 so good at denying those window loops from the factory itself. But as Articuno mentioned, there is a lot of crowd control on the side of VX.
Yeah, so whether or not that will be something that leads to fruition, or then we'll find out as we head into the second half of round one. Last Human bringing Bonbon to the table. Whether or not he can shake his Bonbon into a victory just so that they could win this round, we'll have to find out. He's on the prowl now.
Exactly, and Last Human has to maximize his target priority here, because Gajay did have quite an impressive showing in the previous match, targeting that very, very fragile Mechanic. But it's going to be Joseph closest to Last Human, but Last Human's like, you know what, maybe not now. Maybe that's not the brightest idea, going for the coordinator early. Synchros and Captain Kun are getting inch closer and closer to Last Human as he makes those very chunky strides.
Yeah, unfortunate for Joseph that Last Human was able to spot a glimpse of his silhouette right away, because the moment that Last Human saw that it was the Mercenary, that immediately put Last Human in the mindset that he had to shift his priority. Had he not been seen, that could have been a few extra seconds bought out, but you know what? VX just doing what they can here. Oh, Captain Kun actually throwing out his flare gun early on, and actually takes a hit from the bomb as well.
Oh wow, and actually the coordinator, Captain Kun, took quite a bit of damage there from the bombs again for Last Human. Last Human really no slouch on this guard 26. That's going to be an early pallet drop by Captain Kun. And that's going to be an early pallet drop by Last Human. Are we going to see those fabled window loops? Nope, the bomb denies it. The bomb does not allow it. And here we go.
Captain Kun trying to roll with the punches, but those bombs are just coming at him way too fast.
Again, the accuracy of Last Human is nothing to laugh about nor to ignore. But that is going to be quite an early chair on the coordinator here. Joseph is on the prowl for the rescue, but Last Human is just camping this just for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and the coordinator doesn't really have as much to work with anymore since Captain Kun did need to expend that flare gun earlier on. So Last Human, as far as we can see, is on the right track with who would have been the optimal survivor to have gotten within this pursuit.
That is right, and to the credit of Last Human, if that bomb wasn't placed before the flare gun, that could have been a different story, but here it is. That was a bit of a doozy there for Joseph, soaking up, I think that was 2 hits. Coordinator, though, still trying to run for his life.
Yeah, but question is, how far can Captain Kun go in this case? Those bombs are just coming left and right. They're so hard to just dodge through. Last Human just dropping that pallet over there. Going to give a bit of time for Captain Kun to establish some distance before he falls. But take note, Joseph is going to be falling as well. So this is going to put VX in a situation where they have to halt the work on the ciphers a bit just to regroup.
That is right. And of course, the first person to respond would most likely be the forward here. And that chair is ticking away at Captain Kun. Mercenary as well, trying to heal up. He is down to half health. The Seer still remains untouched. Articuno?
Yes, definitely. And big question here is, are they going to try to get the salvage onto Captain Kun? Because nobody's really making their way just yet. And time is ticking. Captain Kun is near expiration from this rocket chair. And I don't think Joseph will be able to make it in time. So I think that's just something that they're going to have to surrender at this point. Last Human, in which case, off to a really good start here. Dismantling the synergy and quick pace that VX is normally known for being able to keep up early on.
That's right, and with the dungeon reveal, that could potentially change the pace of this game if VX chooses to just kind of survive it out. But Synchros is doing a good job of trying to contain Last Human, but Last Human, once again, sniping with those bombs. Very, very well placed. Moving on to a much more populated area with pallets. Oh, but yikes, he actually took quite a number of hits there.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. Synchros really rolling with the punches here. Luckily he was able to just duck and weave, but there you have it, folks. Already 3-4 through. One more bomb is gonna do the trick here for Last Human. 2 ciphers remaining, in which case VX trying to maximize the time that Synchros is buying here just to make sure that they're prepped and ready.
That's right, and Synchros is doing a hell of a job. But Last Human's like, you know what, fun's over. It's going to be my turn. Synchros is going to be trying to struggle away from Last Human, but the chairs are awfully close. So this is a very, very likely chair, and here we go.
Yeah, oh man, here we go. VX has no choice but to, if they want to try to type the round, they're going to have to respond to the chaired Synchros here. Of course, Joseph would be the ideal person for the job in order to salvage Synchros, but look at this. Last Human just throwing out those bombs, putting the pressure on those Synchros when he can.
Oh. That is right, and well, that was actually such a close call here, but Last Human adjusted. Linkan still very close. He is just dodging the maze of all these bombs and actually potentially getting this rescue? Question mark? No, not at all. Last Human doing such a great job of camping this one out and just setting up shop.
Yeah, this is really good positioning coming in from Last Human. Getting Synchros in a location where there's a lot of structure to work with makes it a really solid defense for Guard 26 because there's less room for these survivors to work around in order to dodge and weave through these bombs.
That is absolutely correct, but the cat is out of the bag, or rather the survivor is out of the chair. It's just the only need to get that switch, and potentially this extra survivor could be the tipping point for avoiding the half-seas.
Yeah, look at how healthy Synchros is in which case. I think the possibility of half-seas is very feasible right now, just purely from the time that Synchros is buying here.
absolutely correct. And that gate is going to open very, very soon. Synchros is trying to make his way there. That bomb was actually denied by the tree there. But Last Human, it doesn't matter. He's on the chase. Look at all those...
Oh my gosh. It's gonna be very, very close. Can they make it out alive? Last Human already gaining some distance. Owl actually comes in, but oh man, they have to play this out right here. Ladies and gents, at such a clutch moment, it's VX that takes it with a 3-1, officially setting them as the winners for round number 1.
And handles, they got those ankles by Last Human. They look a little broken, but again, we have to commend Last Human because that control that he displayed in the earlier half of that game, really, really incredible stuff there, and was so close to absolutely denying the forward save there by Ling Chan.
Oh man, I was really thinking that it was gonna end in halfsies, but Synchros didn't just play for the rest of the team. He played to win. He played to survive, and that he was able to accomplish so beautifully. Really good timing on that Cypher pop, in which case I think what was heavily beneficial is the fact that when they did pop the Cypher, it was just right at the moment where Seer was rescued, thus bring him to the full health. Made it very tricky for guard 26, in which case, since he couldn't get the distance that he needed in order to get the full whack, had to rely on the bombs, in which case didn't quite pile up in time up till the point where they reached the gates. So yeah, VX, holy cow. Get the well-oiled machine that we've been talking about, guys. It's there. It
really is. And again, as we mentioned, that was such a, I wouldn't say narrow victory, but that was a bit too close for comfort there. But still, with that one extra point, they inch out the first map, that is Arms Factory. So moving forward, I think very soon we will actually be taking a dip into our post-match statistics.
Yes, sir. So, gosh. Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about that game a bit more. Like I said earlier, very optimal that they were that Last Human was able to narrow down on the coordinator earlier on. Expending her flare gun that early didn't really have much to work with by that point. But you know what? It's really interesting because even with the loss of the coordinator earlier on, VX was able to hold their own so beautifully, even with 3 survivors. I really thought that it was going to be a win towards OSM as soon as the coordinator went down, but it just really goes to show why VX has been championed to have one of the best survivor lineups in this tournament.
That is absolutely correct. And talking about just the head-to-head matchup that we've been emphasizing in this specific one, it really shows that they've mapped out the tendencies for the players here, and it really did show that the Last Human was so ready for that forward to come and rescue from the survivor from the chair. But again, just really, really slippery, and I can't believe the way Ling Tian just basically threading the eye of the needle there. I was like, oh my god,
Right.
There's a maze of bombs here, but moving forward, it ain't no issue.
Not at all, Raf. Not at all. And like we said, very, very crucial round win for VX, in which case that means, ladies and gents, that all VX has to do is make sure that they're on the winning side for round 2 and no round 3 needed. Automatically, it's going to be VX that takes the series. Of course, if you're an OSM fan, you don't want that to happen. You want them to step up going into round 2. But let's go ahead and check out how that all played out in the second half by checking out the match data.
And already so early, Synchros nearly hitting triple digits, just 3 seconds shy. Again, we have Last Human with 23 hits from those bombs, very, very accurate and very well placed. And honestly, just across the board, every single one of these players that we have shown played a part. They've done exceptionally well. Again, Captain Kun did expend his flare gun a bit too early, but that did not hinder the machine that is VX whatsoever.
You know what? I will say that VX really pulled through here because you have to take note. Last Human is responsible for one of the best guard 26 games that we've seen in this tournament once he's able to establish a rampart enough defense. But you know what? VX coming in here a little bit more prepared was able to work around that. And as you can see, it did allow them to propel themselves into a round 1 win, 3-5. Take note, ladies and gents. As we said, as far as win conditions, all they have to do is win round 2 and it's a good done deal. But of course, our MVP for this game is going to be Joseph XD. There were actually a lot of stellar performances, but you know what? with this mercenary that we saw from Joseph. I'm on board with it. I'll agree with it.
Yeah, definitely. Again, there's so many things that's intangible, that numbers can't really explain. Could you imagine if Joseph wasn't actually on the mercenary, and given that he was found really, really early by the last human, that could have been a different story.
Actually, and oh gosh, with that said, that was our round one, ladies and gents. Just get that was a really clutch game that we had, and with that clutch game, let us know constantly what your thoughts are as we progress into the playoffs of the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. Be sure to put them out on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, wherever you guys are posting. Don't forget to, of course, include the hashtag IVC2020C and the hashtag IDVC, just so that we can catch up on what your thoughts are as well. Hashtag keeps us connected with you guys, and for those of you that have been regularly tweeting, we definitely thank you. We're glad to see those that are really passionate about following these players and teams' journey here at the IVC 2020.
Yep, and I have to say that this community has nothing but they've been nothing but warm and welcoming, and they've been really, really engaged. It's really such a pleasant surprise to see a community this passionate about their game.
Yeah, and oh gosh, um, just really, really good to see the community coming together. In which case, one of the unique things about Identity 5 community, and hope you guys continue to support not only the broadcast, not only our players, not only our teams, but of course the game as a whole, just so that we can get more activity going and rolling in Southeast Asia. Now, let's go ahead and talk about round two here. Um, Again, VX in a better footing here. 2 point difference between them, but all they need, of course, is to make sure that they get the round win. Um, yeah, and aside from that, um, let's talk about potential bans here. So, God J on the Dream Witch first off. Very impressive, I will say. OSM was able to roll with the punches, as I said earlier, against what is essentially God J's best pick. So at least by dealing with VX's Hunter, they have that on board. Now, what we have to see on the flip side, of course, I guess, is the last human to be more on point with nailing these survivors, because we can see just how clutch VX can be. Not just with this first round, but just the general performance of these survivors, even during the group stage. VX has always been one of those teams that's always constantly, consistently on point. A few bumps here and there, especially when when they went up against GK, but that doesn't necessarily make them any less going into this playoffs.
Exactly. They are part of the top four teams for a reason. And again, have no fear for the fans of any of these teams, because if they do drop if they unfortunately drop one series, they still have the lower brackets. And you know what the people say? Lower brackets is where dreams are made of. And it really shows how hungry you are for that title, for that cheese, to speak figuratively.
Sure.
Cheese. Sure. I couldn't think of anything else, okay?
Oh gosh, but yeah, we'll find out in a bit once we head into that second round. I would, in the absence of a Dream Witch, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Bloody Queen again. Probably one of the highest pick rates, if not the highest right now, in the stats for IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. Guard 26. Wouldn't really be surprised if VX once again lets that through, unless they're playing on a bit more of a compressed map. But no, it still doesn't merit a ban though. So yeah, I think they can comfortably leave that out in the open. Just ban out other hunters that are way more up there that the last human could be utilizing as these series goes on.
That's right. But again, let's talk about Gadje. Gadje with the first half performance of the first map, he's basically demanding you better ban Dreamwitch. Otherwise, you guys are gonna have a lot of problems. And again, just it takes so much skill to command that kind of presence, especially on a specific hunter like that, where there's actually quite a lot of mechanical skill involved and a lot of micromanagement playing Dreamwitch.
Yeah, gosh, it's been really impressive. So it kind of makes you think though, will that Dream Witch merit a ban? Because
OSM has shown that the fact that they pulled off half Cs against God J Stream, which is a good sign in itself. Um, but now that there is an increment in bans, that's something that they might want to take into consideration with how they approach pick and ban heading into the second round.
Yeah, and again, still, if you ban the Dream Witch out, again, as impressive as God J is on that Dream Witch, you're still leaving out the, again, as I affectionately call her, the darling of Southeast Asia, the Bloody Queen herself. And I guess just even that with a guard 26 still on the table, hell, even the violinist, and maybe even a surprise ripper, who knows?
So we will be playing on the Red Church, in which case the first Red Church game that we're actually getting today. Now that I think about it, Dream Witch, in which case, has been banned as a precaution by OSM. They don't want to deal with that. They'd rather have better chances by just taking away God Day's best pick altogether. But that still leaves Bloody Queen open for the taking.
That's right. And talking about Red Church, really, your goal is to get to Graveyard. Graveyard is such a strong place to kite. And of course, what would be the Red Church without the Red Bloody Queen herself? God J on that, well, of course, I would say expected pick. I feel like it was a toss-up between her and guard 26, but what would be Southeast Asia without the Bloody Queen?
That is true, Raph. And you know what? Let's see how it'll fare. God J on the Bloody Queen. Not bad results that we see from him during the group stage. Let's see if he could put the pedal to the metal into a round 2 victory for his team as we head into it. First half of round 2, he's on the go, on the prowl. Let's see who he sniffs out.
That's right. And again, Red Church, Graveyard control is key for the survivors as they can loop that to between locker or back gate. And interestingly enough, it's going to be Jacket who will be the first potential victim of Gaje, already popping the mirror image, not wasting any time. Fortunately for the Gravekeeper, he is in the safety of the Subterranean.
Yes, sirree. And you know what? God J not gonna have any of that. Decides to transition target. We'll find the Priestess though. Still hasn't caught wind of the mechanic. So this will be safe passage for OSM, in which case though it's a good start on the Cypress. Chase is on though.
That's right, and the Flash and American are actually occupying the Red Church stuff. Gaje just sees the Mercenaries like, you know what? I don't want to deal with that. And interestingly enough, American is expending quite a lot of teleports here, or rather, her portal just to keep Gaje at bay, which has proven to be quite a smart investment. But the mirror image will tag the Priestess.
Yeah, and looks like God J on the right track here. Just needs to get that last whack onto Narukun, and already nearing just that. Gonna make utility of the portal to try to delay God J a bit more. Looks like they're gonna be going around in circles here. Oh,
right. Did find himself in the graveyard, but unfortunately, or rather fortunately for Gaje, really exercising his timing there and his ability to predict where he might be kited from. But I think a rescue is already on the menu here as Jacket is looming closer and closer, but that mirror image is proving to be quite problematic.
Yeah, and okay, Gaje just trying to sniff out anyone else that might be going for the rescue. Jacket just looking for the perfect timing, in which case wherein he can go in straight for the save onto Narukun. Still a bit of a way to go before Narukun hits the half mark, so that gives OSM a little bit more to work with. There you go, the rescue is out, and Narukun has 2 lives left ahead of him.
That's right, Narukun had, or rather it was the Gravekeeper Jacket who had to soak up a bit of a hit there, but they are still alive and running. And what on earth was that timing by Narukun, narrowly dodging the swipe from the knife. And the last effort is popped here. God J does still have a chase on his hands, but that doll doing quite a lot of progress.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal case for God J, just because gives so much leeway for OSM to just work on the Cypress. You have that extra head with the puppet. So yeah, God J at this point is just trying to make the most of the circumstances here. Narkun's still at the halfway mark on this rocketeer. So again, the time bought out here by OSM is phenomenal. Not going down without a fight, that's for sure.
And interestingly enough, normally we'd see the church, like the literal church part of the map, to be more of a transitional area, but it does look like OSM is using this to quite the effect. But the Flash is stealing his teammate away, the fellow survivor from the hands of God J.
Fantastic timing. Although this is good room for God J to breathe. If what we're looking at the lower left portion of the screen, ladies and gents, is the cipher with the most progress, then this will probably give God J the opportunity to send Nerokun back to the matter comfortably, but he has to get this chase on point as soon as he can. He has to get that hit on Nerokun.
That is right. The mercenary is destined to fall. And there he goes. But the priestess and gravekeeper are still prime targets as the mirror image gets popped again. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, Gravekeeper working really hard here. But you know what? God J, he's had enough. He doesn't want to give OSM that opportunity to pop that cipher that easily. Jacket, he's on the wreck.
And I feel like OSM has already achieved what they want. And that is also trapping God J in this graveyard. They're still trying to transition to lockers as well. Here we go. God J still on the chase of Jacket. But the terror shot. Trying to vault away from me? Nah.
Man, oh man. But the good thing about this moment is it is only Jacket's first time on the rocket. So OSM still has a lot of luxuries on their side. And they're really not taking that for granted, making sure that everybody's healed up first off before they work back on that last cipher. Probably go for the rescue. They could still work with heftier numbers here. And OSM, I think one of the best pieces that they're playing with right now is to get 3 survivors out. I really think it's feasible.
Absolutely. With only 1 cipher remaining and the numbers advantage still on their side, they're doing quite a great job in containing God J. But it does look like God J did a bit of a the Ruthie once again. What is this timing by the priestess?
Oh man, that will bring 9 mammoths to the chair. But again, we talk about how these are only first-time offenders. So OSM still intact with their 4-man roster.
Definitely, they are looking quite strong here. Nerokun, is he gonna go for the very ballsy rescue? I think he got caught up by the Palantir. God J, that is gonna be a successful rescue, but a hit will be soaked by Nerokun.
Yeah, and that cipher, take note, ladies and gents, is just ready for the pop-in. God J, he's really trying to roll with the punches here, but OSM, at the end of the day, they're not biting onto God J. They're really in it to win it.
Exactly, OSM with an absolutely awesome performance right now. All of their survivors are in the red, but they're still standing and they can still soak every hit.
The scary thing here now, Raph, is that they could actually escape with 4 survivors out of the gate. God J, he's far off from the rest. Goes for the teleport. Does he manage to find anybody? Ooh, it's the mercenary though. That's unfortunate. And here we go. Nerokun already creeping towards the dungeon. Ladies and gents, it's a good done deal. OSM coming back with a vengeance, taking 5 points towards the first half of round 2.
Man, oh man, that was absolutely impressive. Honestly, with that second map performance, OSM is definitely back in this one. And honestly, with a perfect run like that, that's going to be quite difficult to topple even with the likes of VX, you know, despite their tenure, despite their experience in this competitive environment.
I mean, what this means, Raf, is that we're guaranteed a round 3, because the only thing that BX can get off the second half is either a tie or a loss. There is no winning round for them because of the perfect score that OSM got. So full series again that we have on our hands, Raf, that is for sure. But you know what? Let's go ahead and talk about that game. It was a fairly good start for decent start, I would say, for God J. Had a bit of trouble locking down onto a survivor, and the moment that he did, kind of fumbled just a teeny tiny bit. He did make the most of the situation though. Unfortunately though, because of how OSM was making it very confusing for God J, like the body blocks at that, just to keep their fellow teammate alive, was massive. The fact that we were talking about how it's almost guaranteed if Godjay can strike out the one of the survivors for a third time, that would have been a good done deal. But unfortunately, it didn't work out in the end.
If we're not mistaken, I think that was I believe that was OSM's map pick as well.
Right.
So actually no, I think that was VX's map pick. So they are
Oh yeah, VX Red Church.
I would say they are in a bit of a situation here as Nerican with 113 seconds on the containment time. Absolutely impressive. And as I mentioned, again, once you lure the hunter into the graveyard, they can just continuously loop between the back eight. And honestly, I have to say they're kiting in the church itself was quite impressive as well.
Definitely. And oh my gosh, this is really tricky for VX. All they had to do was make sure that, at least for Godjay, maybe you try to push for half a best case scenario. Best case scenario, of course, would be to try to go for more, but the realistic point of that game when the cards started to fall into place was it would be tricky to go for survivor elimination, just because OSM was already getting so much work done in the process of him being preoccupied with Nerokun. And not only that, but it's gonna put a lot of pressure on VX's survivors as well going into the second half to make sure that they perform. They don't want to lose out on the lead that they were already able to establish by round 2, even though it's just by 2 points.
Exactly. And as you mentioned, again, OSM really, really impressive with how they handled their survivor round in this map. And how else can you top off a perfect performance like that? Essentially, they did what a surviving, rather a team of this caliber should be doing. They distributed the hits evenly to an absolute T. Although very close to the end, the red eyes were glowing. But unfortunately for Godjay, it was the mercenary who had to soak the hit, which is essentially living on the borrowed time. So
Right. And I guess heading into the next game, it's all up to VX. I think, just to be on the safe side, would want to aim for that perfect score as well, just so that they maintain a decent lead in this. Probably at most 3-1 is acceptable as well. Is it though? I mean, no, 5 I guess would still be okay, because 3-1 would mean that that OSM will take the lead, and it's really interesting how the tides have turned in favor of OSM this time around. Those 5 points, so makes the biggest difference.
It's like, so OSM was like, they had a huddle. It's like, all right, guys. So the only way we can get back into this game is to be perfect. And I think OSM just collectively said like, yeah, let's do just that with no qualms, no arguments. Again, not to latch to that. To be honest, it's hard not to keep going back to that performance, honestly, because that's the first perfect performance of the night, if I'm not mistaken. I could be right. I could be. I'm not.
That's fair. Oh gosh. Going into this though, let's talk about potential pick and bans. For Hunter side, going up against the last human, like I said, they do look like they are capable of rolling with the punches of a guard 26 should it be fielded. But then again, like the last human has so many options to its disposal. I guess we'll just have to see. Bloody Queen is still is a feasible pick as well. If he wants to, ban is tricky, I guess, for VX this time around. I think the way they should approach ban is just take out a hunter that would give them the hardest time to try to match up with the 5 points, the 4 survivor elimination. Oh, sorry, no, 5 survivor out rather, that OSM was able to pull off during the first half.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, again, in this level where everyone is just performing at the level of top 1%, basically, it just comes down to comfort. You don't want to fight a matchup that you're really not comfortable with. So that could be the potential make or break moment for them. But talking about the last human as guard 26, I think that could possibly warrant a respect ban, just the way it contested in the previous map. But
Right.
again, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, guess time will tell once we head into the pick in ban phase in just a bit. But uh, let's kind of tally up the points here, because I think that the 5 points that um, OSM was able to get was super substantial. I mean, they really bounced back with that first half win. But you know what? We'll probably hold off the point calculation till after the second round, because we are now heading into the pick and ban. And you called it, Raf. Respect ban on guard 26 for the last team.
Yeah, but we do have a ban on the forward and the sea respectively as well. It's like, you know what, we don't want to deal with that either. We do have the perfumer and the mercenary, as well as the gravekeeper and the mechanic on board for VX. So VX, they kind of want to get this done as fast as they can. That's the theme with the mechanic, you know, like, let's just get this over with as fast as we can. Let's decode as much as we can. But the Bloody Queen, the darling, once again rears her head.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Bloody Queen comparison now. That'll come into play. But the question is, will Last Human actually yield better results against the poor survivor or zero survivor elimination that God J had to endure during the first half? Or go ahead and see as we head into it.
That's right, and endure is such an apt word, especially getting stuck in the graveyard like that. As you mentioned, that's virtually the strongest part of the map there. But Last Human already popping a very, very early mirror. Not to pull punches.
But take note, it is taking Last Human playing it patiently to sniff out who he wants out. This is really optimal though. Proceeding towards Ling Tian on this mechanic is the best thing possible in this case. And early swipe at that. This is huge for Last Human.
Huge indeed, and another mirror image, and 2 for 2. As Last Human is an absolute sniper with his Bloody Queen as well. So, almost no question that it's going to be a chair, but Captain Kun and the rest of the gang are quite close. So this could be a potential short stint on the chair.
Yeah, and oh man, let's see. Mechanic, regardless, of course, gonna continue to try to push for those rushes while on the chair. Captain Kun trying to slowly sneak his way through. Has to be careful though. Looks like decides to just go straight for the shovel to avoid getting in a tricky situation of direly getting pincered in by Last Human.
That's right, and going for the safe rescue here. He will have to soak up a hit, but he will get Ling Tian out of that chair and back into functionality. But Last Human's not the type of person to let this kind of thing go, and the mirror image, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, Last Human wasting no time here. Of course, Ling Tian gonna try to establish some level of distance, but not as much. Last Human, of course, will be more than happy to bring this mechanic back to a rocket chair. In all fairness though, VX's Cypher progress is still pretty darn decent.
That is right. And just outside the church is another chair welcoming the mechanic. The Gravekeeper is healed back to full. So he does have another... actually, no, he doesn't have enough resources to go for another safe rescue like that.
Yeah, and... oh man, Last Human just really trying to spot out any wiggling ciphers in the distance, hoping to put some pressure. Won't really be the case. Here we have Joseph slowly inching his way, creeping his way towards Ling Tian. Can he get that save?
Mechanic though is I was actually about to say that he is inching closer and closer to get sent back to the manor, and Last Human, I must say, even with this Cypher progress, is on a good pace to catch out more survivors.
And with Mechanic already out of the game, this already pushes OSM in a position where they win the round.
What?
Very nice though. At least, you know, for extra measure, decides to take down a puppet. But not being able to spot out anybody. Um, that's gonna be a detriment for Last Human. Gonna have to wait for that mirror to come up.
Once again, Last Human just lingering around the graveyard now, but rotating out, doesn't want to be here. Captain Kun will meet the mirror image though. Is Last Human going to land another accurate swipe? The tree is in the way. Mother Nature was not having any other of the Bloody Queen shenanigans there.
Yes, sir. And there we go. Last Human already making that transition. Oh, interesting. Captain Kun actually managing to get his best first officer cosplay on. But whether or not it'll buy enough time, that's another matter in itself. Drop will come in, Mirror Image will come in as well. After even getting that first swipe before getting that nice switcheroo to continue the chase.
That is right. They are priming this up for that. Of course, the timing here. Last Human still on the hunt. The Gravekeeper would possibly be a prime target, but the closest man here, Captain Kun, is already limping with half health.
Yeah, they really want to make the most of that last life. Playing around the shack in each case, but Mirror Image will come in, but not before the pop comes on. Last Human, still very feasible him to land Captain Kun here. If anything, Captain Kun is going to want to try to buy at least some time for both Synchros and Joseph to get to that gate, get out of here.
That is right, because Last Human does have quite a bit of a, or rather VX does have a tall order here. Well, unfortunately for them, it's not going to be possible to tie up the perfect 5, but that is mainly because of the efforts of Last Human being such an excellent hunter.
Oh man, look at this though. Captain Kun buying so much time for the team, being super duper slippery. Joseph is kind of in the vicinity, but Last Human, he's very, very decided on who he wants to take down.
That is right, but this Gravekeeper still trying to contain Last Human as much as he can. The Last Human with a well-timed swipe once again will finally put him down. And I think this is only his second chair. What?
Yeah, but in which case, really good timing coming in from Synchros here, being able to take command of a puppet to help out Captain Kun here.
And again, from the manor, Mechanic still is lingering here, and Last Human might be a little frustrated by that one, but Captain Kun still continuing his shenanigans, but the mirror images here, he does run into the mirror, but once again, the walls, they're everywhere.
Indeed, and oh, wait a minute, VX, they're creeping in for a clutch once again. Last Human, he's trying to time that hit correctly, and actually does. Captain Kun is going to try to call his way out, but unfortunately it won't work out.
Indeed it won't. And Joseph is still in the equation though. So this is gonna make things more problematic for Last Human if they can just try and go for as many rescues as they can, and it does look like that's gonna happen.
Ooh, Joseph really wants in on this. Captain Kun is on the run again. Will that last effort
No way.
have to make it all the way to the gate though?
They're running for it.
Up, though.
Oh, the patroller.
Though.
Wait,
Wait a minute.
I can't
Captain
believe
Kun,
this.
He's going for it. He's going for it. He actually makes it, ladies and gents. Another clutch from VX. They might have lost a round, but they make the most of it with a 3-1 for the second half.
that was exciting. As soon as I saw the patroller, I was like, oh wait, is he gonna make it? That's going to be a fraction of a second, but they do. And once again, VX coming in the clutch, but still, we have OSM in the lead for points.
Yeah, I mean, trust VX to be the team that is most comfortable to take chances in any series they play. Again, they took a chance going into the second half. They weren't contented with just the 2-2. They want to try to maximize every single point that they can. 5 points was massive for OSM, but for VX, they know they could try to win small battles in their own way, just so that they could keep that 5-point lead build up that OSM was able to get manageable for this series.
Yeah, despite the points lost there by VX, they really want to cushion their their fall from that round. Still, they did such a great job getting 3 survivors out there with the mechanic, of course, just heading back to the manor by herself. Still, this is gonna be an interesting third map because this is the potential make it or break it for both teams. And OSM have been they haven't been slouches on their frankly impressive survivor side.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. And oh man, trust VX to go for those clutch plays again right there. So let's talk about what did kind of transpire, which led to VX to be in that predicament. Like we said earlier on, mm, we saw Last Human do such a great job at being able to sniff out the mechanic. That kind of slowed down VX by just a bit, but their cipher progress wasn't necessarily hindered. It just went at a normal pace as it kind of normally would, but they did get the full benefit of that puppet. So not bad. In which case, they were able to get the max life out of that mechanic. What really became tricky was that 3 survivor. There were numerous times where Captain Kun could have easily been bait to send to the manor as the second survivor out of the game, but oh man, the lives on that guy. It's like a cat with 9 lives. He just kept on going. The engine, the train that could chugga chugga chug. Oof.
I was about to say, oh, this is probably his second turn. Lo and behold, he's out there. He's like, you know what? I'm back on my feet. And he's really, again, as a gravekeeper, he's really maximized his use. And even escaping with his life as a survivor, just really padding up the points for VX as well. Now, I feel like it could have been a bit more problematic had just basically the synchronization of the team would have been just slightly off. Salvage what they could. They played Red Church beautifully. That was VX's map pick, by the way. So they did what they could for that pick.
Yeah, and man, I wish we could get the point so that we can see how much of a difference we're looking at here. But you know what? First things first, Ralph, let's go ahead and check out the match data so that we can see what went down.
Exactly. And Captain Kun, I think possibly the highest containment time of the night, 155 seconds containing Last Human.
Cat Kun, I don't know, those kiting skills were superb towards those last few moments. Again, there are so many things that could have gone wrong, especially with Last Human with the tension towards those last bits, but they pressed on, and the results were more than we expected based on how that game was going.
You could say that Captain Kun looked Last Human in the eye and said, "Look at me, I am the captain now." But again, just the points. You know what? Yeah, the points just 1 point ahead if my math isn't as bad as I think it is. 1 point ahead. Aha, Raf. Good job.
Yes, sir. 9-8 is what we're looking at with OSM with that 1 point lead. Just 1 point. Anything can happen moving forward in this series. It's based on how the points rolled out, it's very unlikely that we'll be seeing playoffs if my computations are correct, because that 5 points really made the difference for OSM here. So it's when you usually have this 1 point of a difference, it's very hard to find yourselves in a position going into round 3 where that could tie up. But here we have Captain Kun on the Gravekeeper. Very, very well, actually, it could have been a toss-up between Captain Kun and actually, yeah, I'll give it to Captain Kun.
Yeah, just that ridiculous containment time just tells the entire story, that Gravekeeper. And normally with times like that, you'd expect, well, the kiter or the man with the containment time usually would make the sacrifice to stay behind and let the team go get a half or something. But Gravekeeper, Captain Kun was like, nah, dude. Nah, man. I ain't heard that.
Nope. Not having any of it. So with that said, oh my gosh, Raf, round 3 is pretty tight. There's still a chance our predictions can go wrong for this one, because although with a 1 point difference for OSM, so they have that one crutch where if these rounds go halfsies for both halves, like 2-2-2-2, still going to be an OSM win. So what VX really needs to do at the end of it, as far as win condition, is just make sure that they win both halves, and or at least win one of the halves, and they can
Half C,
in effect afford they can afford a half C. They just need a 3-1-2-2 at minimum.
I just really think it's nuts that OSM, the thing that they had to do to get a comeback to still stay alive in the series was to play a perfect game. And they're like, yeah, sure. That's cool. We got it. Don't worry, guys. OSM fans, you guys out there, they got to do it for the fans, you know? But again, VX is no slouch. This is the turning point because much like the last game, this is going to be a battle of tenor and endurance.
For sure. Okay, talking about going into round 3. Bans that could come out on both Last Human as well as God J, because it's really interesting how OSM was able to work around God J's Bloody Queen so beautifully. That's 4 survivors out against one of the top hunters in this tournament. Like, OSM really held their own out there. It doesn't look like a Bloody Queen ban will be merited in which case, but from the information that we have here, VX did get choice of map going into round 3. It will be Moonlit River Park. It's a pretty wide map, with OSM playing Survivor first. So we'll be seeing God J play in the first half as well. This could merit a Bloody Queen ban in which case, because you have such a wide map. You don't want a Bloody Queen to be able to close out gaps a bit more easier and traverse terrain a bit more easier with those mirror images.
Yeah, and considering the god kite area, you know, it's quite difficult to reach under a normal circumstance. Having a gap closer and having the presence that the Bloody Queen does have, despite being dealt with by OSM, still you don't want to have those kinds of variables, you know, especially that you can control the outcome. I feel like it's honestly so hard to call at this point because again the Bloody Queen is so strong, especially here where players are so well practiced and well versed. But then again, the Dream Match is still in the formula, albeit the presence wouldn't be as menacing because the map is a bit bigger. But again, just so much to consider.
There is, Raph. There really is, and that's why I've said that this 1 point is like, it's such a small, it's just 1 point, but it's a make or break at the same time. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong especially for VX in which case, because we're not just talking about halfsies. They can't end up with a 3-1-1-3. They can't end up with a, like, let's say they end up with a 5-0 and then all of a sudden OSM manages to 5-0 in the second half. You know, that's the bottom line here is VX has to win their they have to win at least one of those rounds, and they're hence afforded a half in whichever half of their choosing. So tough. And OSM has been really rising to the challenge. I'm very impressed.
The thing is, with what OSM did, they're also challenging VX to play a perfect game, you know, like with their perfect game on the platter. It's like, well, now we demand the same of you for you guys to stay afloat in this series. And that just puts some tremendous mental strain and a pressure as a player, you know, especially with stakes this high.
Right. Yeah, it really, it's tough. It really is tough. So that said, by the way, guys, things are getting super duper intense. For those that have just tuned in, welcome y'all to the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia. We are looking at what could potentially be our last round for the evening, and it is between VX and OSM. So be sure to continue to stay tuned if you have any thoughts on the matches thus far, or if you want to give your energy to either OSM, VX, or even to our earlier competitors in GK and R, continue to show their love for them not only in chat but also through social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, wherever you're posting. Use our unofficial hashtags, which we in Poch kinda put out there so that we can keep in touch with y'all on the social media stratosphere. It is hashtag IVC 2020C and hashtag IDVC for all of you to, just see what's out there in Southeast Asia. Let's continue to make our region active, guys. It's been a great run thus far, and hopefully we get more activities like this, more tournaments like this.
That is exactly right. You took the words right out of my mouth. And again, a very, very big sign of that growth, the pure embodiment of growth is, well, NR. How deep is the run for such a fresh team, such a fresh team to pop up onto the scene, challenge such a veteran team in the first round of the playoffs as well. And again, we still have more to come as long as you guys keep supporting and showing that love.
Yes, sir. Again, so it is VX and OSM that is on the playing field. Super duper tense. And these players are really preparing for this round 3. I mean, I know a lot of you really want to get into these games right away, but gotta give these time. Gotta give the time to the players to recuperate, regroup, figure out how they want to tackle these rounds. Because otherwise, like if we rush this, we're not gonna get the best quality of games. So, gotta give players that leeway to prepare.
That's right. And talking about this round moving forward, we've mentioned the pick and ban, and as I mentioned, I have predicted the future because we will be moving on to that. But again, the increase in increments will erase the Bloody Queen and the Dream Witch out of the equation. But on the side of VX, they also ban the Priestess, the Forward, and the Seer.
Interesting. So,
what?
Even more interesting are the picks.
Well, Acrobat needs some love. It is quite a big map, so those jumps are gonna come in handy, if I'm not mistaken on that pick, if I'm not getting a bit too dizzy here.
It's all good, man. But further on in our picks, what really surprises me is, is OSM gonna jump in on the mechanic bandwagon? That's yep, okay, so they will go for the mechanic, in which case this acrobat pick though, let's interesting.
Okay,
Raph.
Finally.
Yeah, behind the scenes, me and Raph were talking, and he was talking about wanting to see some Wu Chang, and looks like God J is gonna give you that, Raph.
I mean, Wu Chang. It is Wu Chang. It's just hard not to I don't know, man. I don't want to gush too much, but again, the acrobat pick actually caught me off guard as well. But again, to no surprise, we are at Moonlit, so it is quite a large map. We do need a lot of mobility, so that is the theme for the picks on both sides.
Yeah, and you know what? Make it or break it. Ready or not, here we go. It is round 3 of the first half of round 3, rather. And God J instantly swapping over to the black card.
Unbelievable. It's crazy how Jacket's like, I'm going to be the first guy to be seen again. It's all good. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, and let's see. Jacket on this Gravekeeper. I mean, it's not bad choice to pursue if you think about it. Probably the worst you can do is spot out the Mercenary first. Everyone else is fair play. Higher priority, of course, would be 9 Mamos. But nonetheless, God J doing a great job here, already getting the first hit onto Jacket, but Jacket, of course, not going to want to have any of it. Going to try to prolong his lifespan here at Godkite.
Exactly, as much as possible, and making it to Godkite is going to be a bit problematic for God J, but God J has been very adaptable all tournament rounds, so this is going to be a challenge for him, but a challenge that isn't a stranger to him.
Yeah, and oh my gosh. Look at Jacket go, just keeping God J preoccupied here. Tricky part here is the shovel expenditures that he needed to dish out early on, and oh man, that pallet drop though, unfortunately not going to salvage him as God J gets the hit, and to the rocket chair, Jacket goes.
Exactly, he did expend a lot of resources early on, but that was precious time that OSM has been capitalizing on. But again, looking at this lineup, there is still an Acrobat and a Mercenary to deal with. So this could possibly prove problematic for God J.
Yeah, and looks like God J gonna try to slow down the progression here of OSM, and okay, gets the Flash a bit confused there, but you know what? With that one hit, it's all good, all afforded, goes for the rescue on Jacket, but Jacket can distance himself enough, already concurs a hit, and off he goes.
That is right. And that, again, once again, that time is ticking before Jacket will fall. The Mercenary is down to half as well, but he does have quite a bit of charges in his resources, so he can take quite a few hits before anything can really happen that is any consequence. But the Ciphers, they are ticking down, and Gajay swaps back to the White Guard.
Yeah, and okay. Jacket in for his second time on the rocket chair. Saving grace at least is Jacket didn't go past the halfway mark during his first time, so that's an extra life that he can still work with. Good progression, in which case coming in from the members of OSM. Hasn't really found themselves in a position where they had to compensate progress on these ciphers. It's still an even playing field for both sides at the end of the day.
That is right, and 9 Mammals actually quite far forward for a mechanic. Gravekeeper Jacket will be down again, and the Mercenary still ways away from assisting his team. 9 Mammals will soak up a hit for himself as well.
Yeah, but you know what this means, Raph? That will be rocket chair. And
3.
Out to the manor for Jacket. 3 survivors remaining, 2 of which have suffered a hit from Gajay. This is gonna give them some time that they might need to consider to commit towards healing each other first.
That is absolutely right. Now Gajay making his way into the tent here. So far, no dice on the survivors here. Just going up to make sure. Just surveying the map. Again, as we talked about, they still have a reasonably healthy amount of health they have. The Flash is quite close, but again, that's a Mercenary. So Gajay still has a bit of an issue on his hands with a fully healthy Acrobat as well.
Yeah, and okay. So Gajay a little bit dissuaded here. Not able to instantly sniff out the target. We'll transition over here to Narukun though. Narukun running the Acrobat, not a bad target. And look at that. Actually gets a hit. Everyone in OSM, in which case, has concurred a hit. They want to ideally get a moment where they can take a breather, recuperate. But oh man, Gajay not gonna want to prolong the chase any longer. Goes for the blink and a whack onto Nerf.
Did I accidentally curse the Acrobat there? I was just going on about, well, he's still full health. But not anymore. He will be sitting on that chair. This is his first time, so they do have a bit of leeway. The Mercenary has already signaled that help is coming. He is full health as well, and his utility still pretty healthy.
Yeah, and okay, the rescue is gonna come in right away though. So OSM ain't gonna dilly-dally. Good opportunity, in which case, while the Wu Chang was kind of out of there, already making the transition to slow down Narukun there. Has to be on point, but that whack is coming in right away. And Gajay manages to down his Acrobat once again.
And that is a quick second chair for him. Again, fortunately for the Acrobat here, his teammates aren't too far away as the Flash is just around the corner, just looming, waiting for this to happen.
Yeah, but look at that. The Cypher is ready for the pop-in. All the Flash needs to do is get the rescue that he needs, and looks like they're playing the patient game here. Cypher will be popped once again, gives Narukun a little bit of a head start towards distancing himself from Gajay.
That is right, but Gajay using his mobility to the fullest. He is looking a little more fed this time around, and he is hunting Narukun, and Narukun still trying to weasel his way out of this one, but those eyes, they are glowing red.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that is gonna be Narukun's sayonara to his teammates as he heads back to the manor. Still a bit of a way to go here for 9 Mamos. Gajay already making the transition. Will he make it in time though? Actually will. 9 Mamos has no choice but is forced to run for the hills.
Oh my goodness. Gajay with a clutch down on the mechanic as well. And I mean, what did I just say earlier? So we need to play a perfect game. It's all good, no worries, let's do it. Playing
Almost,
with absolutely no hesitation. Yeah, right? Almost. Like, you know what? It's all good. Well,
Yeah. Just also want to say that finally, this is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the first Wu Chang game we've actually seen be a win. The most we've seen out of a Wu Chang game, I think, in the group stage is the 2-2 that we saw from, I think it was Long Dep Try. So I'm not sure if I'm recalling this correctly, but I don't think I recall a single Wu Chang game during group stage that went more than a 2-2. So I think this is the first actual Wu Chang win that we're seeing in the IVC. And trust God Jay to step up his game, in which case. They're currently in the lead by 1 point, if I'm not, yeah, 1 point right now. So they kind of tilted it into their favor. All they need to pull off, if you want a VX win, that is a 2-2. If you want a OSM win, they need the 3-1.
that's right. And a half state, that's already more than enough room, to just go for it. But again,
Yeah.
OSM did such a great job of just outright delaying Gajay. And honestly, just looking at the eye test early on, it did look like Gajay was in a bit of a disadvantage. But moving forward, they're like, you know what? It's all good. I'm getting fed. I'm getting the presents I need. So don't worry, guys.
Right. And oh man, that really puts OSM's the last human in a predicament where he has to step up his game going into the second half here. Again, he's going to be facing a well-oiled machine in VX Survivors, and the past two games we've seen play VX Survivor, they've managed to pull off these amazing these last-minute clutches, to ensure these 3-1s. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the match data. In which case, first off.
Indeed, they have. And just looking at the containment time, it is a bit more even. We have Jacket with 77 seconds, still quite impressive. American as well with a minute, or at least close to a minute for himself. The Flash with 41 seconds, and as well as quite a few rescues under his belt. 9 Mamos with 24 seconds, but a lot of decoding progress.
Yeah, Jacket made the most of his run. That's for sure. Fortunately, it didn't quite add up to its full potential, and it's unfortunate. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't think OSM was aware that the dungeon was near the other gate, so it actually could have been a dungeon escape. But yeah, unfortunate that they weren't able to catch a whiff of that. So, but yeah, that said, still very manageable. It's not like it's the end of the world. It's only a 1 point difference that we're looking at here once again. And all OSM needs to do in order to win is to get that 3-1. 3-1.
Yeah.
It's so doable. But at the same time, you have to take into account Last Human hasn't had, historically in this run so far, both games he's played Hunter, he hasn't had the best lockdown on VX's survivors. It's always ended in these 3-1s in VX's favor. So he really has to turn the tides here this time around. He can't allow history to repeat itself from what happened in both round 1 and round 2.
That is absolutely correct. And again, another quite high bar for OSM to reach just to stay in contention. Again, VX Survivor is very slippery, as we've seen. Their distribution among themselves for damage and their kiting, and their rotations have been absolutely clean. So again, for the Last Human, this is going to be quite a big hill to climb, but have no fear, he has been quite an impressive hunter as well. So this is the time where he really needs to flourish more. We are at the playoffs.
That makes me wonder, though, how VX is going to be approaching the banning phase. At least what I see would be feasible bans is if they want to take away Last Human's guard 26 again, then I guess that's fine. I feel like, again, I can't stress enough how Bloody Queen would make a pretty good ban in this case. So I guess time will tell once we hit pick and ban if they'll be going for that guard 26 Bloody Queen ban combo. Guard 26 by respect, Bloody Queen by virtue of not only being a top pick in IVC, but also would be a pretty decent pick on this particular map when you have so much terrain that you need to traverse.
That is absolutely correct. And I guess that depends on what map they choose to play on as well. If if they play something a bit bigger like Ever Sleeping, that could possibly be, or rather, it couldn't warrant a guard 26 ban. But I'm not entirely sure yet. But if we do see Hospital, then chances are they don't want to deal with that guard 26.
Yeah. In the scenario of a playoffs, since we are going to be playing Moonlight River Park for a second time around for these guys. But oh man, it's so tricky.
Man, I got too excited again.
Yeah, like, you really want these playoffs to happen, don't you, Raf?
Of course.
Yeah, but I mean, we only got one playoffs during group stage, unfortunately. You should have been there for COA 3 Southeast Asia qualifiers. Though the number of playoffs that we had to cast, me and Ciora, oh my gosh, it was long days that we had there. But you know what? We were emceeing in Japan, so it was worth it. It was definitely worth it.
I bet it was, but yeah, again, just the competition of this community has been slowly rising with new talent, developing talent as well, sudden superstars that we may not have seen flourish in previous seasons, and that's just the beauty of this community. It keeps on giving, you know.
Yeah, and you have to take note. There's a lot of young faith. There's a lot of young, fresh talent in this tournament. So imagine what a few extra years of competition would do for them. Like we have a few peeps that are, just barely hit the age requirement. So I mean, even though it depends. Like, even if they might not be able to take the champion title right now, that just means that there's still a lot more room to grow. And if they've shown such huge promise this early on, imagine how much more of a beast they can become moving forward in the near future once we do have more of these tournaments.
That is right. And again, the skill ceiling is only going up, and these players are only developing more and more. And we've seen a lot more impressive things coming out from them as well. Now, you'd think maybe like a few seasons ago, or when the game was a bit with, how like Dream Witch blinks are really impressive and something that maybe you wouldn't seen too much. But then we see like Godjay do 2 in a row. It's like, yeah, no worries, it's all good.
Yes. Actually, so yeah, we're just waiting for this third round, second half to commence. Bear with us for just a little bit, guys. We're still waiting for the players to organize themselves so that we can get the ball rolling, in which case. But yeah, again, we can't thank you enough. But you know what? Wait no further, guys. Just got word. Pick and Ban is ready to go. These players make it or break it, both OSM and VX. There is no scenario where we can head into a playoffs. It comes down to that 1 point of a difference. Setting those win conditions. Here we go. Looking at okay, so they actually, instead of a Bloody Queen, we have a Dream Witch ban coming in onto Last Human along with a Guard 26. That's fairly respectable. Bans on Seer Mechanic as well as Forward, and a fairly standard composition that we're seeing here from VX. Now, what's Last Human bring to the table? It will indeed, Raph, be a Bloody Queen.
Yes, and I guess it's by virtue of elimination, where the Dream Witch isn't there, the Guard 26 isn't there, so who else to pick, Honestly, it would have been nice to see maybe a violinist, but I guess the darling of the sea of Southeast Asia just doesn't want to go away.
Yeah, and as we head right down to it, VX, they're very comfortable with facing the Last Human's Bloody Queen another time around. Now, big question, can the Last Human step up his efforts into a very crucial round 3? We'll find out as we head into the second half of round 3, guys. Make it or break it. Don't miss it.
That is right, and Last Human already considering his first target, and it's actually going to be it's going to be Ling Tian here, just climbing up the stairs here. And Last Human still considering his options. He's like, you know what? I don't know if I should deal with that right now, but that coordinator does still have the flare gun available.
Yeah, look at this. Like, Last Human not wanting to dilly-dally, just go straight around the walls in order to work around Ling Tian here. But yeah, nonetheless, Ling Tian doing a great job at heading around this area. Great timing on that pallet drop, though.
Again, an impressive pallet stun here. Ling Tian making Last Human regret his decision, and down he goes on the slide. Or is Last Human going to terror shock? Waiting at the edge of the slide is Last Human, and waste no further. as he picks up the coordinator and doesn't even give him a chance to use the flare gun in this first kite.
Right, and just really good timing coming in from Last Human there, getting the swipe onto Ling Tian just as he hit the bottom of that slide before he can recuperate. That was a bit risky, in which case, it's unfortunate. Ling Tian was doing such a great job at keeping Last Human preoccupied until that last moment. So, in which case, Captain Kun looks like he is gonna try to go for the rescue.
He's absolutely right. And this working carousel area is looking prime for the defense of Last Human. But you know, he's like, you know what? I'm going to go a bit more aggressive. Let's chase him into the tent. Captain Kun is going to get swiped. He will soak up a bit of damage here, but otherwise he's fine. He gets the pallets done.
Yeah, a little bit of time bought here. Now, question is, with the time bought, did that allow anybody to veer towards Ling Tian? In reality, there doesn't seem like that's the case. We saw Joseph XT kind of running in the distance, but yes, a lot of ground to cover still. Coming down to the wire, seconds are ticking. Ling Tian already more than 75% through on the rocket chair duration.
And I have to say, OSM is looking like they are in good hands with Last Human, but that is going to be a swipe onto the mercenary. But that is going to be an even quicker rescue.
Oh, mirror image comes in though, but the last effort will come in from Ling Tian. Unfortunately for VX, since Ling Tian already went way past the half mark on his first rocket chair, that's going to be Sayonara coordinated. And in Ling Tian's case, I don't think he was even able to utilize his flare gun.
Yeah, still hasn't been able to do that. And still, this is precious time that Last Human is chomping on. A rescue might be in place. Oh, wait, no. He's out of here.
Yep, he's out of here. Since he already reached more than half on his first rocket chair, it was a good done deal. Ling Tian couldn't really afford to fall anymore. Unfortunately, he did. This is going to be a tricky predicament for VX because both Captain Kun as well as Mercenary Joseph dedicated a bit of their time to try to go for that rescue earlier. And in the midst of that attempt was what could have been precious time towards the ciphers. So
exactly,
still a bit of a way to go for VX here.
Talking about the ciphers, they have 4 remaining. That is quite a bit of a task here, considering they did lose their coordinator. But still, this is very doable, as Last Human will just get rid of that mobility or synchros, going back and forth. And Last Human, I'm pretty sure he's irritated by these shenanigans already.
Yeah, I mean, just transitioning between different survivors here. Spotting out Joseph, not the most optimal target in which case. But you know what? He's going to take a chance on it. Doesn't want to waste too much time. Gets the first whack on Joseph. Really good job.
That is exactly right. And it does look like VX is leaning towards more of a dungeon run here, as the ciphers remain to be untouched, Articuno. Oh, and as I... Go ahead.
Yeah, you have to take note though. What VX needs to do in order to win this series is get at least 2 survivors out of that game. It's such a tall order right now, considering there's still 4 ciphers that we need to work on. Oh, Synchros though, slowly closing in this Bloody Queen, but unfortunately hits a wall, decides to just make a switcher instead. But there you go, gets some distance out and gets the whack on.
Exactly, but this auspicious time still being bought by the survivors, as Synchros is making it his way up the stairs. Last Human still pursuing Synchros, but Synchros with yet another portal to annoy the living hell out of Last Human.
Oh man, you know what? Last Human has had enough though. Decides to just try to go for Joseph instead. It's down to the first swipe, but still getting the pincer. Good on Joseph though, maximizing the pad, try to establish some distance, gets him out of pincer range. Last Human is forced to just physically bring himself to close distance once again with this mercenary.
That's right, with all those pallets dropped without hesitation. Joseph is doing the best to his ability to buy as much time as he can, as one cipher will be removed from the equation here. And slowly but surely, VX is trying to get their bearings here.
Yeah, and oh gosh. Here we have... Okay, not bad in which case. Joseph doing what he can to separate himself. Last Human does manage to spot out Captain Kun. So, looks like he will divert his attention towards this gravekeeper.
That's right. He does have one more shovel available to him, so that could potentially buy. Or, no, that wasn't a shovel. That was a flare gun. My mistake. He's like, you know what? Here, have a shot.
What? Coordinator didn't get a shot. I'll use the shot from the flare gun I found somewhere. But yeah, this is some interesting time being bought out here by Captain Poon because it gives more than enough time on the flip side for Mercenary to heal up on himself. Whether or not he actually has a self-heal, that is a different concern. Meanwhile, Priestess Synchro's trying to do what he can to use the time to work on these ciphers. Take note though, he's the sole unit that has been working on these ciphers so far, so it's not the most conducive progress that we're seeing here from VX. They're trying to make the most of it.
Exactly. And Gravekeeper will be the second to fall here. He will be knocked out by Last Human, and Last Human is looking for a chair in excitement. And as you mentioned, there is only a solo survivor trying to get those ciphers down, and with 2 left, this could be a very, very close call for VX.
Yes, and looks like Last Human trying to make the most of the situation, tries to sniff out everybody, finds that the cipher that he was kind of near has already been prepped. Will pop the mirror image, in which case to try to sniff out more. Good job coming in from VX though. They're trying to heal up, knowing that the situation is complicated. They can't really afford to try to speed up the pace. They have to play systematically. They need to try to heal up whenever they can, just so that we're working with healthier units. And they do have to eventually make the save on Gravekeeper. He's already more than halfway through on this rocket chair, so that means Captain Poon is not going to have another life to his name once he is rescued.
Time is ticking, but Joseph is even closer here. He is using the secret Joestar technique by running around, and it is to maximum effect as Last Human still guarding this chair. He will be able to soak a hit here though, so the Gravekeeper is out. Oh, what a body block!
Oh man, unfortunately for VX, Last Human doing a great job at finding the right angle to get that whack onto Captain Poon. And this is so hard now, Raph. They've already lost out on 2 survivors. They cannot afford to lose out on this Priestess and this Mercenary. If they lose out on one more, it is GG. They officially fall towards the loser's bracket of this double elimination.
That is right, and with resources running low, Synchros and Joseph can only run. Still trying to bait out as much time as they can. The dungeon still is, I would say, still a fairly respectable option if they can get to it, because 2 ciphers remaining with 2 survivors. Not the best situation you can be in, Articuno.
Not at all. And here we go. Last Human already narrowing in on Joseph. Now the question is whether or not Synchros can pull off an incredible feat of prepping 2 ciphers, but oh no, the terror shot. That is huge for Last Human. Once that Mercenary falls, this Priestess has no other option but to respond to that. But you know what? Last Human, he's not going to get contented. He wants all 4 survivors out of here.
OSM is out for blood as the Last Human will chase down Synchros, as it's only a matter of time before Joseph will fall. There's not much he can do. He's gonna look in despair as 2 ciphers still remain, even if this dungeon pops. If this Mercenary falls, he has no choice. Still being chased by Last Human. There are no pals to save him, nor buy time. Last Human still on the chase, Articuno.
Yes, sir. And oh man, it's make it or break it. Mercenary cannot get up on his feet anymore. He already used his self-heal during the first time he was down. It is really up to Synchros. It's going to take a lot of effort. Question is, can he muster up everything that he can? He takes the first hit. Last Human, he's looking for that second. Can he find it? Mirror image will be popped.
Oh. And OSM. Oh, but the healing can come out clutch though. That is still ways away, but remember what I said, never say die, Articuno. Never say die.
Yes, sir. Last Human gonna gladly pick up Synchros here, knowing very well that this Mercenary cannot pick himself up anymore. And wow, in an amazing fashion, OSM goes for the huge comeback. Last Human proving to be the guy that can endure a full best of 3. And it's a good done deal. OSM, they'll be proceeding further into this winner bracket as the huge upset leads to VX's fall into the losers bracket.
And I guess none of us are right on our prediction.
I mean, at least you got 1 right earlier. I'm like 0% today. But yeah, let's talk about what happened there. Oh gosh. the early takedown on Coordinator really became VX's undoing in this case. I look back at what has been a trend for VX where their endurance isn't quite there in these best of threes when it gets crucial. And we find themselves in another scenario where the enemy hunter managing to pop off on their survivors, they held their own so well during the first rounds. But yeah, again, the early out from the Coordinator really made things complicated for VX. The fact that they were trying to salvage the Coordinator, in fact, earlier on, didn't really only cause more complications, because the fact that Coordinator didn't last long within the first minutes made it tricky for the rest of the survivors to continue on, because the time that they committed towards trying to salvage the Coordinator could have been used towards those ciphers. And unfortunately, they took the gamble of trying to rescue the Coordinator, but didn't quite pan out at the end.
Indeed, it didn't. And as you mentioned, those ciphers sat at 4 for such a long time. It did kind of look like maybe they're stalling for a dungeon open or something like that, or similar nature. But then it did look like they were sending out one more survivor to just go and bum rush the decode. But again, props to VX for lasting as long as they did. They really did make this last half a very, very exciting one. I believe that was probably one of the most exciting ones of the day. But again, they still have one more chance at redemption with their lower brackets run tomorrow.
Yeah, and with that, man, day one of the playoffs has been pretty crazy. Lots of surprises, that for sure. I mean, we had the super close game that we had during the GK versus NR matchup, and now we have a what is an upset where a crowd favorite falls to the losers bracket this earlier on, and it really puts it into perspective. What's like, anything can happen in the playoffs, but here we have it. Unfortunately, both wrong. VX not going to be pulling through this time around, and hopefully we'll see a better showing from them. Not just from them, but NR heading into the losers bracket, because that one last chance, Ref, it's going to be very crucial, and it's coming down to the wire. That's all I can say.
It really is going to come down to the wire. And I have to say that Last Human, I would say he did kind of start off slow at the beginning, but once he ramped up later into the series, he really, really shined. And I think to his credit, he also made history by not repeating history, Articuno.
Right. And I go back to just leaving this Bloody Queen open. I think what really became problematic, it's not just the early loss of Coordinator. It also came down to the fact that the Bloody Queen was able to push for pressure where VX couldn't really comfortably work on those ciphers either. It just made it so much more manageable for the Last Human to keep everybody in check, keep the pressure going. At one point, it was only Synchros that was trying to push for those ciphers, while the rest of the team was just trying to keep the Bloody Queen in check. And it really slowed down, it really hindered their progress in that match. But you know what? Let's go ahead and check out the match rundown just to see how that panned out for everybody.
That is right. And 2 survivors actually within triple digits here. And as I've said, VX did such a great job of containing Last Human, but unfortunately, Last Human cannot be contained. He was just way too strong for the bonds of the survivors. And I have to say, Last Human shining at the very last half of the day really, really made a fun ending to the series.
Truly. And oh man, with that is OSM proceeding further into our bracket. That means we're going to be seeing a GK versus OSM, and towards the latter half, it is going to be a fight for their life between VX and NR.
That is right. So who do you think is going to be the MVP?
Oh gosh, without a doubt, the Last Human. I mean, Last Human really persevered. Not only did he go for the 3-1, not only did he turn things back in OSM's favor, but also because all he needed was a 3-1. He went the extra mile. He went for the 5-0.
That is absolutely unbelievable, seeing that scoreline. 2 perfect games, in a row by OSM. Are you kidding me?
Oh gosh, and that's that for our day one. It is bizarre set of circumstances, and as we called it, Raf, the last human, very, very well deserved. OSM, we kind of asked the question where OSM stands in this top four because we couldn't really get a feel of it. It's without a doubt we have another huge contender in our top four, and really looking forward to how they're gonna roll with the punches once they face GK. I think that's gonna be the ultimate test to see whether or not they could be a top one contender in this tournament.
Exactly. And I'm just gonna say this now. Originally, I was picking OSM to oppose the GX. What have I done? The VX picks rather. But again,
Right.
I'm sorry for not really doubting you guys, but my goodness, OSM have been, well, to their namesake, awesome in this performance.
Yeah. I mean, can't really blame you. Even me with going towards VX. Like VX had a lot of good moments during the group stage, as opposed to OSM, which almost even lost out on their chance to proceed to the top four when they went up against IVS. So there was a lot of uncertainty. But I guess at the end of the day, what really matters is how OSM shows up when they do hit this top four, when they do contend with these top teams, when they do contend with these crowd favorites. And they rose up to the challenge, that's for sure. Really impressed. Take note, both Survivor side and Hunter side for OSM was able to pull off a 5-0 against VX. One in the second round, one in the third round. That is very, very promising.
Promising indeed. And again, just from the beginning of the day, it was just toss up after toss up. And with this match, just such a great way to cap the final match of the night with, well, 2 perfect games. Again, that's what a way to start casting IDV.
Yeah, and it's just gonna get all the more better as we go along in this playoffs. So a lot up in the air. I mean, it's not the end of NR and VX either. We've like if you follow esports, there have been these stories of double eliminations where they'd fall early on in the losers bracket, but suddenly climb their way all the way back to the final. So don't want to discount what NR and VX can bring to the table just yet. We still have 2 days of Identity 5 ahead, one this Sunday, and then we have our full-on final the following weekend. So it's fine. We're nearing the close to this tournament, guys. Top four, only one can succeed as our victor in the Identity 5 Championship 2020 Southeast Asia.
And I have to say, this competition it's so thematic with the top hunter pick with the Bloody Queen. It's, for the lack of a better word, it's a bloody competition, you know. A lot of upsets, a lot of close calls, and I love it, you know, just the competitive integrity of this whole thing. It's really exciting to watch, and you guys shouldn't miss out.
Yeah, and just have to continue to look out for what is ahead for these teams. Again, all 4 of these teams have grown to have a solid support system in their followers, and I cannot wait to see these teams continue to flourish as not only just within the realms of this tournament, but as these next few months progress. I mean, this is just IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. We still have the qualifiers for Call of the Abyss potentially around the corner. I mean, there's no details on that yet. I don't want to get ahead of everyone too much. So yeah, just wait and see. It's a very exciting time to not only be an Identity 5 fan, but for these players, an Identity 5 professional player. Competitive player.
What else can I say? You know, you put it perfectly.
Yeah, and you know what? As we reach the close for our day, how was your first Identity 5 cast, Raph? A round of applause, chat, by the way, for Raph here. Making time to come over to the broadcast to join me, since Poch is currently engaged with another broadcast. So we were able to pull in Raph here. So how was it for you, bud?
You guys are honestly too kind. Again, this has been such a lovely experience. These series that I've been casting, again, like what a way to debut, right? With
Right.
one of the double half C and now the double perfect. It's like, well, how can it get better than this, you know? And I'm honestly so excited to do this more often. I hope you
Yeah.
guys enjoy having me as well.
Definitely, and we can't wait to see you cast even more games in the future. So, you know what? As we wrap up, let's go ahead and check out the results for today. Let's start off with the GK versus NR match. Very, very close. Round 1 and round 2 going the half Cs, but GK at the end of the day putting the pedal to the metal, 7-2 by round 3. Meanwhile, we have OSM and VX. Things got pretty interesting as that 1 point in round 2 made things very crucial. VX initially managing to pull ahead by 1 point within the first half of round 3, but OSM bring it plus ultra the last human, causing things to go full circle in favor of OSM at the end of the day with 2 5-0s pulled off by both Survivor as well as Hunter. So let's check out our updated bracket here, in which case, as you can see, it is both GK and OSM that will be proceeding in the winner's bracket. Meanwhile, both Noir and VX are going to have to fight for their life as they fall off with no cushion to them. It is make or break it in that best of 3 in the lower bracket. Very, very intense circumstances that we have here, Raf.
That is exactly correct. And again, Noir and VX, don't stare into the abyss or you'll fall into it. But again, the storyline is Noir. Team NR cannot catch a break. First GK and now VX. This is going to be an absolute battle between these two. And the road doesn't end there. There's still one more slot as well. And that belongs to who will fall between Team OSM and Team GK. So tomorrow, it's going to be such an exciting day.
Yes, and since you already mentioned it, Raph, let's check out tomorrow's matches. First up, we're kicking it off with GK and OSM in the winner's bracket. It's going to be a battle for that first slot into the finals, and GK and OSM are one step closer to that. Meanwhile, in the loser's bracket, NR and VX, after suffering their loss in the playoffs, are going to have to fight for their life, their right to stay in the top 4 in the playoffs in what is going to be a crucial loser's bracket match. 2 favorites, actually, now that I look at it, going to be duking it out for their staying power in this tournament.
And again, for someone who just again made a debut, the circumstances to all of this just makes up for such great storylines that you just cannot ignore, you know?
Exactly. And you know what? You'll get the front row seat to it again, Raph, tomorrow. But for now, guys, we are going to be concluding the evening for now. Thank you for watching. I've been a little bit under the weather today. Sorry if there were a few lull moments from me, but you know what? Really excited to continue bringing all the action. It's Arcticuno and Raph that will be back for more Identity 5 action tomorrow here at the IVC 2020 Southeast Asia. Southeast Asia, it's your time in the spotlight. If you haven't had dinner yet, make sure to grab some now. But for the meantime, hope you all have a great night, and we'll catch you again tomorrow for some pretty intense Identity 5 esports action. See you then.